Old dude is now live. Like, share, subscribe. It is the mind of Mr. Nagazilla. 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 Old dude is now live. Like, share, subscribe. It is the mind of Mr. Nagazilla. 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 Old dude is now live. Like, share, subscribe. It is the mind of Mr. Nagazilla. 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 Big block. Big block. Big block. Big block. Yeah. Big block. Small block. Yeah. Yeah. Big block. Small block. Big block. Big block. Yeah. Big block. Big block. Big block. Big small block. Big block. Small block. Open that bitch up, have it screaming down your block. 54 with the pop. Rear, 5 pump the race. Gears, big blocks, small blocks, high performance, not stock. Open that bitch up, have it screaming down your block. Seen at the stoplight, gripping the blunt. A cat pull up, revving his motor, he tryna son. I gave him my contact, motherfucker, what's up? When the light hit green, then I let up the clay. Easy, no, you don't wanna spin. I gotta keep tracking so focused, no tire burn out, this wins. I got to have it, speed ducking and dodging through traffic. Now I done had it with the fast and furious shit. 454 lock back by the shift kit. I guess he thought he had me from the side idle. That's when I hit him the wager. Let's race title. Title 54 with the pos 5.0 with the racing gears. Big block, small block. From the open that bitch up, have it screaming then you block. 454 with the pos rear. 5.0 with the racing gears. Big block, small, how must not stop. Open that bitch up, have it screaming down the block. Now we lined up, crowd gathered on the side, shorty with the checkered flag, waving, yelling ride, heart rate banging like subs in the nitrous in the back. Got that extra little punch, on the line, tires peeling in the lane. I'm hooking the perfect, hit a whistle of the can, quarter, now coming in up the face. See him in my rear view, swinging that haze, shifting through the gears, every change on time. Dashboard lit, red line on my mind by the 8-mile mark. I done left him in this talking like a boss, now it's whole front row. 454 with the posse rear. 5.0 with the race gears. Big block, small block, high performance, not stop. Open that bitch up, have it screaming down your block. 454 with the posse rear. 5.0 with the racing gears. Big block, small block, high performance, not stop. Open that up, have it screaming down your block. Pull to the cut, everybody yelling, damn, he rocked the hood on his jam. Paper, work ready, title sitting on the dash. I took it with a grand, slipped it right in my stash. Told him in personal, it's the life that we live. Horsepower talk, streets tech, streets give. Homie circling the ride, talking new plans, new motor, new rims, chrome pipes, new stands. Police hit the block, lights flashing in the mist. roaches and screaming through the twist. Back to the crib, 2 whips into the late night, run another notch on the car. 454, posse rear. 5.0 with the racing gears. Big block, big block, big block. Big blocks, small block, small block. Open that bitch up, have it screaming down your block. 454 with the posse rear. 5.0 with the racing gear. Block, small block, high performance, not stop. Open that bitch up, have it screaming down your block, your block, your block. Big block, big block. Everything full out, still ride. Both hands on the wheel, red eye. Same thing, new day, I survive when the road gets cold. I still drive, still drive. Still drive, Seat link, hoodie on, scar showing. Seatbelt, but the rest of the car going. Got on the dash, or the ones I lost. Talking to it at the light, like over my phone on silent. I don't chase calls. Only thing I'm chasing is the curve of these walls. Gas light blinking, but the dream don't stall. If they got breath, I can't fall. Can't fall. Can't fall. Half ain't full, hard, I still ride. Both hands on the wheel, red eye. Same thing, new day, I survive when the road gets tough. I still drive, I still drive, Got a jacket on the seat with a ripped up sleeve, holes in my shoes, but I still leave. Mama in my ear sound, but it's hard when the hurt only fades out of town. Had the old block, feed the boys on the corner. No one wrong turn, I'm a headline gonna slang. Keep my pride low. Cruise past where I could die. Drive slow. Everything full hard. I still ride. Both hands, red eyes. Same pain, new day. I survive when the road gets cold. I still drive. I still drive. Middle of the night, me in the stripe lines. Dashboard crack, but it still hold my lifelines. Whispers in my head try to tell me I'm stuck, but the mileage keep moving that space. That's luck. If I stall, I'll push. If I push, I climb. Got dents in the door, but I still make time. Till the brakes don't catch and the keys don't turn. I'll ride every fear till the tire is burned. Everything full hard, still ride. Both hands on the wheel. Red eyes. Same thing, new day, I survive when the road gets cold. I still drive.
I'm your guest host for the evening, Royce White, coming to you from the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an honor and a plea again this weekend, and we got to talk controversy. We can't go without discussing the controversy of the past week, and I'm going to do my best. I think I'm over reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm a wingnut too. Maybe I'm crazy. Podcasts athlete title, please call. Catch that on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually when I'm not hot on the campaign trail. But I think I'm avoiding reason. I hate to see what I saw in the last week. I hate to see the growing divide on the right and the MAGA movement, or between the MAGA movement and the America First movement. On my show on Saturday mornings, I always say, Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. How ultra MAGA it is to be seen. I think I'm a voice of reason. I'm not your priest. I'm not your therapist. Let me be your uncle out there in the audience this evening, if I can. And first and foremost, it goes without saying, the great Alex Jones deserves our respect. And you measure a man by the things he's willing to sacrifice, and you'll measure a man by the things his enemies have tried to take away from him. How much energy and resources his enemies have put in to try and take him down. And who are his enemies? I mean, who are the people that try to take Alex Jones down? Whether what he said it was right or wrong, truthful or not, is it accurate or not, all of that is secondary. The question is, what is the body of work? What is his motivation? And it's just my opinion, because I've known Alex now for a few years, and he's obviously been gracious enough to have me on the show, and never once has he tried to tell me what to say. He's not tried to interfere with what I've said on the show, and he's given me 2 hours here in the evening on Sundays for the last. Never once has he even called me and said, "Hey, Royce, talk about this, talk about that." Those conversations have never happened between me and Alex. If anything, I probably shoot him a text message and say, "What do you think about this?" Because he has had a sort of oracle-like time on the public stage. Alex's body of work speaks for itself, and I hate to see that this is what it's come to. I guess I'm not shocked, because an athlete in sports, every season there comes a moment on every team, most teams. The really, really good teams don't have these kinds of problems, but on most teams, 90+% of teams, these moments, these pivotal moments as a team where everybody just freaks out and decides it's all about them and we're going to sink the team. The winning no longer matters, and if we all go up in a heap of flames, so be it. Hey, this is one of those moments for us. We were calling it 4 or 5 weeks back, but this is one of those moments. It's one moment. But as a point of optimism, game of politics never comes to an end. It's a perpetual game. So there's not going to be a time where we come to a final horn and say, "Oh, game's over. Let's go back and assess what happened." No, the game is going to continue. No matter what goes on, the game of politics, unless we all get killed in a nuclear holocaust, that would be brutal. But barring that, the game of politics will go on, which means nothing is final. Nobody's decisions are final. And we don't know what people are going to do in the end. It's important to stay in the fight. Stay in the fight. Let your voice be heard. Let your opinions be known. I'm going to share some of mine with you this evening on the show. But the fight is not over. And, we've seen the president, come to blows with people before and be able to mend those fences. We'll see how this one all shakes out. Obviously, again, I'd be remiss not to say that the great Alex Jones has my utmost respect. And the President of the United States, I'm still a supporter. But we're going to iron through some of these problems, possibilities, and how people feel, at least how I feel. I'm going to make some statements tonight, how I feel. And hopefully we can chop some wood and get things on track if I have any influence whatsoever. Again, you're watching the Alex Jones Show here on Sunday night, InfoWars. We'll be right back in a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show here on InfoWars Sunday Night Live. I'm your guest host, Royce White. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we're going to try and walk through some of these issues point by point. And we're going to get real meticulous with the detail, a little bit of nuance, because that's where the devil plays his dirtiest tricks. And again, it goes without saying. And, people are saying, I posted, first of all, I thought that what Dan Bongino said and what he's doing and what some of these other influencers are doing, it's blatantly obvious, to me anyway. It doesn't look genuine. And I think I can say, because, I'm on neither side. let's talk about the issues. I'm in Minnesota. This is the belly of the beast. Minnesota type of place where in our politics, they steal your money, they demand your vote, and then they give you gay bathhouses for reciprocity. So, I mean, we're neck deep in the belly of the beast and just the eye of the storm in terms of Minnesota. And it goes without saying, I don't see it as coincidence that the Minnesota fraud becomes the buried lead, is on page 7 now. So, but I think I'm a voice of reason. I gotta say, it started weeks back, and I told General Flynn, I had a conversation with General Flynn, who endorsed me recently to run for U.S. Senate, and I only know General Flynn from being a courageous man who stood against the deep state. As best as I can tell, he's been adamantly against the deep state and in favor of the president breaking the deep state, to his viewpoint. I was talking to General Flynn, and I asked him a question. I said, ever since you endorsed me, every once in a while I get a person who says, you're a part of the Flynn Network. I said, what the hell is the Flynn Network? Sounds like mafia or something. I don't even know what you're talking about. I've only spoken to General Flynn a handful of times, and we are mostly in alignment on most of the issues like fifth generation warfare, so on and so forth. But the point is, I saw this thread pop up a few weeks back, and it included, General Flynn and Bannon and Candace and Tucker, and they're all Duginists, and they're Catholics, and the Catholic Church isn't real, and Catholicism isn't Christianity, and they hate the Jews, and blah blah blah. And I'm just thinking to myself, this doesn't look organic. It just doesn't look organic to me. You can't tell me it's organic. And if it is, then we have a bigger crisis than we have an even bigger crisis. If it's actually organic, if people are really in that place in their mind naturally and organically, we have a bigger problem even still. So, my point being is, I don't like what Dan Bongino did. It's goofy. He's goofy. And a lot of these people are goofy. I'm just going to tell you. For me, as a type A sort of alpha male, fighter, came through the grind of becoming a professional athlete, which is like, you got to be a little psychotic, but you certainly have to be disciplined and committed, and you got to be willing to put blood, sweat, and tears into the endeavor you're trying to accomplish, and you got to be kind of twisted, like nothing else matters. I'm doing 1,000 push-ups a night because I want to be stronger than any opponent I may come up against on the court. There's a little bit of an obsessiveness to it, but I think that's true of many successful people across many domains. As a dude, we say, is he a dude? Is he a guy or not? A lot of these people are goofy to me. I'm just going to tell you. And you can say, oh, Royce, who are you to say, hey, and there's a difference between real life and the internet. There's a significant difference between real life and the internet. And in real life, a lot of these guys just aren't real dudes. I'm just saying. You make a comment like he made about Alex. You say, Alex Jones is a liar and whatnot. And then he says, he told me to lie on the show. And I just went along with it because, hey, that's what the audience wanted to hear. It's like, red flags. Wait, what did you say, dude? Did you just say that Alex Jones asked you to lie and you went along with it anyway? That's more of an indictment of you than it is of him by a country mile, actually. Especially when you're now coming back making the claim that he's a liar writ large. It's just ridiculous. Some of these things are absolutely ridiculous, like Epstein killing himself. And even if he did, there are all kind of looming questions about how he was able to. I mean, if you're in the psych ward or where you're on psych watch, whatever the circumstances were, and you got that picture there with all the jumpsuits, I don't even know if that's real anymore. Maybe it was AI. Who knows what was baked into this file? Who knows? Who knows? But we do know that William Barr's father was one of Jeffrey Epstein's first employers, and he died under Attorney General William Barr's watch. And even that in and of itself is quite conspicuous looking at the details. But hey, Epstein's just a distraction, right? I mean, why even talk about it anymore? There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. It's just a distraction. Okay, fine. If you say so, Dan, and all the others. Cool. But let's try and stay grounded in reality. The American people don't take it as a hoax. They don't They don't regard it, and I'm talking about people on both sides of the aisle. It's quite obvious that the American people are not settled on Jeffrey Epstein, nor should they be. And it's not so much about Jeffrey Epstein individually anymore, as much as it's about the connective tissue of an international pedophile ring. And people are right not to let it go without good answers and clarity. And maybe there's a lot of misinformation or disinformation in the Epstein files. I'm not saying that's not possible. What I'm saying is you can't look at people who ask prudent questions about an international pedophile and what appears to be satanic sex ring, trafficking, human trafficking, and go, well, why are you guys still worried about this? People are worried about it because it's worrisome. It's really worrisome that that's going on, and the level of people in power implicated. Okay, let's just say all of that stuff is fake. Let's just say, for argument's sake, all of that stuff is fake. We still have the issue of this movement and what this movement actually stands for. What's the point of it? What's the goal? How did it find success? What was the coalition based on? You know, how'd you get an RFK Jr. and a Tulsi Gabbard and a Royce White and whoever else up and down the line, people who don't come from the conventional pipeline of politics. You know, he didn't graduate from the Ivy League. It didn't come from the country club. Dad wasn't a lawyer or an attorney who did a little work for the Democrats too, but he's a fiscal conservative. You know, how did we find this coalition of new people all across the country? New people all across the country, like Angie Stan King. You know, where did we find this coalition? How did we find this coalition? What is it that people were really fighting against? What was the intuition? The intuition was, and I'll say this to kick the show off this evening, the intuition was there is a corruption that has seeped into the deepest crevices of this government. There is a metastasization of wickedness and corruption and secrecy that we all are right to find repugnant. Like President JFK once said, the very word secrecy is repugnant. Now, JFK had his own set of secrets. You know, he was a bachelor, as the record reads. You know, I don't know, I wasn't there, but as the record reads, he's quite the ladies' man. Okay, most type A alpha males are ladies' men. Yeah, and JFK was certainly a prolific individual. He just spoke so eloquent. It's almost like hearken to our founding fathers. People don't even talk like that anymore. He was a brilliant man, to say the least, but he said some things that even transcended his own political superstardom, his own political celebrity. There were some things he said that will stand the test of time, and I think this is one of them. The very word secrecy is repugnant. Well, I think that's what the impulse of the coalition in 2024 was. We're tired of all the secrets. We're tired of the secrets. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of this scientific, managerial, academic elite ruling over us. Rules for thee, not for me. And lying to the people. People had a belly full of it. President Trump, who should have all of our respect because, and simply because, the man has marshaled the movement for 10 years, and it's been on his back with plenty of help, but it's been on his back. And I just want to say, I see the thing from both sides. Let me throw this theory out there. See what sticks. You could make an argument that President Trump's duty has always been that the beating heart of the MAGA movement is to destroy, to break the rules-based order, implemented, created, theorized, implemented by Henry Kissinger and all of his acolytes there on the international stage. The rules-based order, the post-World War II democratic liberal order, also known as the international rules-based order, shorthand, the rules-based order. You could make a significant, and I think an argument with perfect utility, that President Trump's duty, his divine appointment, is to break the rules-based order. You could make a strong argument that what we're doing there right in the Middle East right now is breaking the rules-based order. You can make the argument. And I'll just lay it out. You control the Strait of Hormuz. Like I said earlier, the game is never finished in politics, so it's always about what happens next, what the next decision is. And people's next decisions are very important and consequential. They have the ability to shape the past. It's like, well, you're vindicated if you choose these things, in a way. So we'll see what President Trump decides. But to blockade the blockade says one thing: we're escalating. And escalation in this, once we've already crossed into the fog of war, escalation in this sense does seem to put a strain on the rules-based order. And he could even take it a step further, because if he was to tell all the Southeast Asian countries, including China, nobody gets oil except through the United States, oh, that petrodollar that Henry Kissinger, who was a Marxist and a Zionist, put into place back in the 70s, is all but finished, toast. And to destroy the petrodollar, to break the petrodollar, to break America's dependency on the Middle East and oil, but also the interconnectivity of all the other nations who are dependent on the Middle East for oil, would be a very significant blow to the international rules-based order, without a doubt. Now, I don't know how it all plays out. I could see a scenario, and I said this many weeks ago, I could see a scenario where America comes out on top. I could see a scenario where we decide we're going to take the Strait of Hormuz and we're going to couple that with Venezuela and then a little bit of Canada and America's own oil production. And we're going to tell the Southeast Asian countries, you have to buy oil from America. That's it. Now, the question then becomes, does China let that slide? Because there's always this boogeyman hiding in the shadows for 10, 20 years now. It's like, well, what's China going to do? If they really want to fight us, we can't win. If they really want to, they got hypersonic missiles. They could strike us in the night from, land launches in mainland China. And a supersonic, hypersonic missile goes, the speed of light around the globe. We couldn't even detect it. Oh, my goodness, the Chinese are coming. And they are coming, but not in the way you think. Are the Chinese going to go? I mean, this is the exact pretext of World War II, by the way. We had an oil embargo, or an embargo in Japan said, no, wait a second, that's too far, we're going right now. The question is, will China do the same thing? And we have put them in that position already. What we've done here in the Middle East, and with blockading the blockade, which is already a strategic move, some pieces are put in place, some pieces fall into place. The pieces have been pushed into place now to tell China it's on. You're going to have to buy oil from us. Either you go now or you be subjected to Western dominance for the foreseeable future. I mean, Belt and Road, if America controls all the oil, that would be the Belt to Ass Initiative. That would be the American Westphalian Belt to Ass Initiative. And I got to say, I like it. I like it. I like it because China wouldn't even be 1/100th of what they are today without the American working class. Most of that is on our own elites who sold us out. But nonetheless, it's still true. Does China go or not? That's a question we'll have to watch play out. All that being said, I can look at the geopolitics and come up with 1,000 scenarios now that we're in the war, what we could do to have a positive outcome for the American people. And obviously that's economic. I mean, it's got to be, there's got to be an economic lens to what, and maybe President Trump is that smart. Maybe President, and you know what? I thought about this the other day. Everybody's like, oh, he's doing BB's bid, he's doing Israel bid. And maybe in his head, I don't know, I wasn't a part of the intelligence briefings and so on and so forth. And it certainly does seem that Israel has way too much influence in this country. I mean, down to the grassroots level where a candidate like myself here in Minnesota is called anti-Semitic, and the entire, well, not the entire, but a significant portion of the Bush wing in the party use all their influence to get 200,000 Minnesota Republicans to vote for President Trump, but not Royce White. Why? He said the bad guys won World War II. I'll talk about that in the other block, because it's kind of related to what I'm saying today. Rules-based order, World War II, the bad guys won. I think President Trump agrees with me. In a way, he agrees that this rules-based order, kind of the bedrock of is the petrodollar, right? All the interconnected markets and energy and oil right at the beating heart of that network, that ecosystem. He's saying we'll blow the whole thing to hell. No. NATO, Europe, all these. You guys want to pretend like America has to be strapped, has to be locked in chained to this real politic. And he is changing the real policy, whether you agree with it or not. And see, I think the timing of the war is questionable at best, and severely ill-timed, at the worst, and maliciously timed by people who may be advising the president. But can't say that there's not strain on the rules-based order by what's going on if we continue to apply the pressure. All oil runs through the United States of America. We're going to blockade the blockade. Nothing's going in or out without America say so. It's pretty gangster. It's pretty gangster. I'm not going to lie. It's gangster, and it's at some point it was going to come to this. And people have to understand, as much as we don't want new wars or forever wars, there is going to be a fight. I mean, there is no signal from humanity and the superpowers that a fight isn't on the horizon. The question is, how big of a fight? Is it going to be asymmetric? Is it going to be biological? Is it going to be informational? Is it going to be kinetic? I mean, that's kind of the choices that we have, and we're starting to get into the kinetic phase of the war, which is all just really one war. It's like World War I, World War II, the Cold War, the Gulf War. It's the World War III. No, it's all one war. It's just been one continuous war with brief pauses in between, relative to the Chernow house of human history. Will China negotiate? I mean, that's what it's going to come down to here, and I think they will. And I think where China catches the car, I go there. Let me say this. I could come up with 1,000 scenarios where we somehow end in an advantage position, barring some key decisions. But I still think Lindsey Graham is a fruitcake. I still think Mark Levin is obnoxious and not nearly as intelligent as people give him credit for. Yet I still think Randy Fine and a bunch of these other characters, and even BB himself, I think all of these people are not honest. They're not even remotely honest. We shouldn't trust them. And even if we were dragged into this war by them, or if we were dragged into this war by them, we could come out on top in some way and still say with good, very definitively, we don't trust these people. We don't like them. We don't trust them. We don't believe in them. We don't believe in their orientation of politics here in America, let alone geopolitics. We don't like these people. We don't trust these people. I think they're goofy. I'm just going to tell you guys, I think they're all goofy. Hey, maybe I'm in the next True Social post. I hope not. The president, I support you, and I want to be helpful. And I'm on the street. I mean, I'm at that grassroots level running a statewide campaign, and I can hear what people are saying. And I was at a convention here in Congressional District 1, represented by Brad Finstad, Congressman Finstad. And he won his endorsement on a post with flying colors. But in the room when solutions came up, and there was one that was very controversial, to say the least. There was one where a resolution was made to enter into the platform, the party platform, whether or not Israel has a right to exist. And there were a bunch of people who got up and spoke and clapped in opposition to that resolution. And I thought it was a very even-handed reason they gave. They said, hey, we can hold this position that Israel has the right to exist. That doesn't mean it needs to become a part of our party's platform. I thought to myself, I'm standing there watching, I'm going, wow. I mean, I thought it was going to be more, contentious than that, but it's a very reasonable explanation. It's like, hey, we can love Israel, we can like Israel. We could even find a scenario where we support Israel or continue to support Israel, even if we continue to support them in the capacity that we have in the past. But that doesn't mean we have to hitch our wagon in our party's sort of constitution bylaws. That's a signal. a signal is people are now starting to refine the ideas and the rationality around the ideological fundamentals. Like, what does it mean to be a country? What does it mean to be a party? Don't like Lindsey Graham. Nobody's going to get me to like Lindsey Graham. He doesn't even have my respect on face value. Like, he doesn't even pass the man's test. He doesn't. I'm just keeping it real with you guys. Come on, guys. What are we talking about? Seriously? Is this even a real thing? I sometimes I wake up and I go, man, am I living in the Truman Show or what? How is this guy even a United States senator? Seriously. He doesn't even pass the eye test. And it's a lot of these guys. I'm just going to tell you. I mean, if we want that Pax Americana, we want to be a global dollar empire, badass global dollar empire, I think we need some better representatives. I'm just saying. I mean, 93 retention rate. We have a 93 incumbent retention rate going up, increasing by 1% since 2020 every year. And 2020 was 93, and 2022 was 94, and 2024 was 95. We're working our way up to 100% incumbent retention. And then everybody wants to complain like the country has problems. No shit, the country has problems. You keep voting in the same fruitcakes every time, every election's like which fruitcake we load back in this time, guys? I'm just saying. I'm never going to be on board with Lindsey Graham. He's a warmongering neocon, and I think he's Amy Klobuchar's CIA handler, if I'm being honest. But hey, don't shoot. I mean, I'm just a dumb Negro from the neighborhood. You're watching the Alex Jones Show here on Sunday Night Live, InfoWars. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Stay tuned. We'll be right back on the other side. We're talking more rules-based order and the many scenarios that could play out here. We'll be right back.
I'm very pleased to announce 2 new great products at thealexjonesstore.com. Simple
money deal you order that Henry Kissinger death. I could we're in the MAGA America First movement. I think toast Royce White. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Again, trying to be the voice of reason this Sunday. We hate to see all of the tension in the MAGA and America First movement. I think we just got to have some thicker skin. We're in the middle of a range war. Who the hell knows what else? I mean, I could see a scenario, and I laid out, I could see a scenario where oil infrastructure of the entire Middle East oil industry is a significant and maybe death blow to the petrodollar and rules-based order that Henry Kissinger instituted so many generations ago. You could also see a scenario where President Trump cut a deal with the Gucci Bedouins to bring their money, their gains to America and invest in America, because they already knew they were going to blow all this shit up. And they told the Gucci Bedouins, hey, you come invest your cash with us or you're going to end up with nothing. And, I'm just saying, there are a bunch of things that could be going. I don't know. How do I know what's going on? Really? We don't know. But what it appears to me is that President Trump is breaking the rules-based order, but he's bringing in the technocracy. And I just get this sense. I'm 35 years old on the 10th, on Friday, 35 years old, now eligible to run for president, by the way. We'll get the U.S. Senate first. But it's President Trump's duty to break the rules-based order, because that was like the beating heart of the MAGA movement. The working class, the American working class has propped up the entire world's security since after World War II. We've gotten a shitty deal, terrible deal. Our currency has been inflated, deflated, devalued, and everything else in between because of this rules-based order, what you would call globalism, the globalist agenda. President Trump could, in fact, the crowning jewel of President Trump's legacy is hanging in the balance right now. He could, in fact, deal a death blow to the rules-based order, but we've already started to bring in the technocracy. I contend that it's on my generation, the technocracy, not President Trump. It's on me. It's on me and the fishbacks and all these other candidates who are of the younger generation in America to fight to inform, to educate, and eventually break technocracy. That's not on President Trump. And you could see a scenario where they may have come to him. Maybe they pressured him and said, hey, we'll give you, we'll let America run things. But you're going to let us bring this technocracy in. The technocracy will. And look, it's the AI, it's the nuclear, it's the data centers. It's scary as hell. We're going to let robots teach kids. But even that, and I just have to be honest, even that, you put that on President Trump, you got to take a look in the mirror. We all love our iPhones. We all love the Apple updates. We all love being on the grid. The grid is great. The grid is more convenient than ever. We love the connectivity. We love social media. We love, being able to FaceTime. My girlfriend, she's on a vacation, a girls trip down to Miami. She's probably cheating on me, but, that's another story for another day. We love it. We love all of it. We love being able to get our,
Royce White, ex-NBA player, running for governor of, I don't know if he's running for governor or senator of Minnesota.
Packages brought right to our front door. It's great, and there is some utility to it. I'm not going to say that it's not convenient, but it comes with a cost. And I had a gentleman come up to me, Catholic gentleman, come up to me at the Republican event this weekend, and he asked me about porn and the morality of porn. And he says, would you be in favor of restricting pornography? And I said, well, it matters how. I said, if it comes attached to a digital or social credit score, my definitive answer is no. And so we got into this entire philosophical argument about what's the chronological, sequential, or hierarchical nature of priorities when it comes to the law or government. Is it the moral or is it liberty? Because you can have liberty can be immoral. Freedom can be immoral. Government regulation can also be immoral. But if you had everything you wanted, which one would come first? Obviously, the moral would come first. But when it can, or if it can, and in this case, in our country today, in our culture today, the moral can't come first because we're so immoral. Will we substitute our liberty for security, even the security, a false sense of security, that we're improving the moral? These are just very significant questions we have to, as a culture. It's like, I'm not willing to give the unlimited surveillance, take a digital ID to eradicate pornography. And maybe you feel the opposite. Maybe you feel that people should live under a fair degree of surveillance and a restriction of their freedom of movement and their freedom of speech and their freedom of expression and everything else in between in order to correct the moral. See, that's just the argument they're going to have, and those are the real limits, right? So even Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, I'm more like, let's talk about the fundamentals. But hey, I get it, because even there's a little bit of fundamental in these conversations about foreign policy. Certainly, that's another part of the MAGA. Another strong pillar of the MAGA movement was a repudiation of foreign policy, at least trade, but certainly NATO and the Europeans who seem not to want to fight or contribute in the Middle East. All of the energy implications really fall back on them. These things are somewhat fundamental. And even the fundamental question is like, where do your loyalties lie? Do they lie with America or Israel? I saw a clip, and it was of Laura Loomer. I know Laura Loomer. I've known her for many years. Since 2022, I was first introduced to her, and she was running for Congress. I was running for Congress. There was a young cohort of candidates all across the country connected by people who want to support. And I've known Laura Loomer for a while. I've always liked Laura personally. Disagree with some of her points of view, and I've communicated that to her. I said, hey, Laura, I think you're dead wrong on this. I think you're dead wrong on that. She's always been nice in responding and said, hey, this is where I'm at on this issue. Never been disrespectful, like, hey, you're stupid, ignorant fool. She's like, nah, this is what I think. So she's much more reasonable behind the scenes than she comes across on the internet, which is true of a lot of people, most of us, right? This is entertainment. But the ideas are fundamental, and they should be real. Point being, I saw a clip of Laura and her, I think it was her and Randy Fine, and they made the argument that people who are opposed to dual citizenship are only saying it because they oppose Jews having dual citizenship with Israel. And I found that to be kind of personally offensive because I am in a staunch opposition of all dual citizenship. All dual citizenship. And it's not specifically about Jews or Israel. I feel the same way about dual citizenship with UK, with China, with Japan, with Ghana, South Africa, wherever the dual citizenship should come to a screeching halt. Same way I feel about birthright citizenship in the Dignity Act. You know, it's like, is it amnesty or not? Well, it depends on how we do it. Number one, dual citizenship out. It's not just about the Jews or Israel. Now, if there was a preponderance of dual citizenship individuals from a specific country in government or in key positions all across, the most important domains or sectors of our society, then it's right for people to ask questions about their loyalty. That's not anti-Semitic. Come on. If President Barack Obama was elected again in some, okay, let's use Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine Unbelievable Crockett. If Jasmine Crockett becomes president and she hired all HBCU graduates to key positions across the government, and then you saw like a proliferation of HBCU black graduates to come from this, this one school, Morehouse. Don't mean to pick on you, Morehouse, but I'm just, it's just an example. Anyone would do. Then all of a sudden you look up and people are like, whoa, all black graduates, all these black women graduates from Morehouse are getting key strategic positions across all these, sectors of society. What's going on there? It's not racist. That's like, what's going on there? And even furthermore, is that a good thing? Is that okay? Is that good for our country? Now, even there, it's a little different because if black women were DEI selected to key positions across multiple sectors of society, they would at least still be American citizens, depending on how you look at it. If you're a communist, you're a communist. I mean, you could be an American, you could be an Israeli, you could be a Chinese, you could be Russian, you could be anything in between. If you're a communist, you're a communist. Your citizenship starts to become secondary, in my opinion, but I'm a little radical. At least in the theory, those, DEI black women would be American citizens. If they were from Russia, we would have a problem with it. If they were from South America, if they were from Turkey, if they were from India, if they were from Israel, we have a problem with dual citizenship. Period, point blank, full stop. There shouldn't be any dual citizenship. I just don't believe in it. And it's apropos to this birthright citizenship. Like, these are the real issues. Birthright citizenship. And you can never take anything the left says but with a grain of salt. Every issue, they will morph and change. They'll become pro-Constitution. They'll become pro-sanctity of life. They'll become whatever they need to be to play the cards that they have to get their agenda through and to win the court of public opinion, to justify stolen elections. That's what the left is good at. That's what the communists and the Marxists are great at. How do I know? I came up in a Marxist and communist neighborhood. I know what the philosophy is. I know what the strategy is. They lie. They'll lie. They'll become anybody they need to. They're chameleonic. They'll dress up like a woman to make it into a woman's bathroom. And, this is who they are. It's not coincidence, right? Birthright citizenship, perfect example. Anytime the Second Amendment comes up, they're willing to amend and change the scope of the constitutional law. They're willing to reinterpret the Constitution to change the Second Amendment, to restrict your gun rights, which is a great tale. Because it's like, if you're so worried about fascism and tyranny or totalitarianism and President Trump being the second iteration of Adolf Hitler, why would you tell American citizens to give their dumb? That's dumb. I mean, I know, and here's the dark part. I don't think that's them being completely dishonest. I think there is a significant thread of people on the left who would like to bring about, who would like to see a totalitarian fascist dictatorship truly come about in this country so they could play the victim secular humanist martyr in that political reality. And that's why they're willing to give their guns up. I mean, they really want to be the Palestine open-air prison where they're throwing rocks at the tanks. I don't know. Maybe they think that's romantic or a righteous way to die. It may be righteous for a Palestinian, and I'm not making a claim about Palestine, but I'm just saying it may be righteous for somebody who was genuinely, stripped of their gun rights. But if you forfeit your gun rights to fulfill the role, to do some sort of weird method, or left-leaning social just martyr, there's no glory in that. You're just a cuck. You're a punk. You're a coward is what you are. You're weird. You're weird, but you're also a punk and a cuck. And we're just not going to do it. We're not going to budge on the Second Amendment at all, or we shouldn't at least. Birthright citizenship, far different. See, and this is where conservatives get into this intellectual highbrow back and forth. Stay with me here. This is where conservatives have either played the control opposition or we ourselves suffer from real lack of testicular fortitude. We want to get into this intellectual highbrow back and forth. Oh, no. No, we do want to keep the Constitution. The Constitution can't be, we want to play all sides at once. It's become a plague in this movement, in this party. No, it's not that the Constitution can't be amended. It's what we're amending and why. This is the distinction to make. The very reasonable and logical distinction is the Constitution was always intended to be amended. The question is what amendments and why? What things are fundamental, more fundamental, in the hierarchy of priority, in the hierarchy of citizenship and freedom and liberty, the things that are spelled out in our founding documents, which things are more important than others? The right to bear arms shall not be infringed for a reason, because we have in the back of our mind a genetic and historical memory of tyranny. We know that tyranny is always right around the corner. We don't know if it's coming from the left, from the right, from the top, from the bottom. We don't know where the tyranny is coming from, but it's always right there. And that's why the Second Amendment shall not be infringed upon. Apropos to what's going on in Iran, hey, we thought the Iranians were going to rise up and throw off the mullahs, and then we looked up and remembered, shit, they don't have any guns. How are they going to do that? The Iranian people are like, we may have wanted to revolt, but we don't have any guns. That's what we now. There's reports that we're dropping off crates of guns to the Iranians. Well, why didn't we help? I mean, the trade. All of these countries. I don't think there are many countries that are part of the post-World War II Democrat liberal order that we have given a suppository of Second Amendment laws. Just look across the board. All of the countries that we subsidize all around the world, show me a handful of them that have a firm and strong Second Amendment. Not many. I don't think it's by accident that we didn't make the Second Amendment a priority as we went around the world and built nations. I just don't see that as coincidence. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist. It's possible. But I do not think people who were as smart to create the real politics of the petrodollar overlooked the importance of the Second Amendment. I mean, if you believe that, then, God bless you. God bless you. And all of us here on InfoWars, maybe we're just the conspiracy theorist types, right? But come on. I mean, it's like you can build an atom bomb. You can send a man to the moon. We're going to go to Mars next. Real politics has everybody connected to a petrodollar world financial system, but you couldn't give the countries guns that would actually make them self-determining on a fundamental level. That dog don't hunt, as my grandfather used to say. That dog just don't hunt. Birthright citizenship, much more negotiable than the Second Amendment, especially when a recent president of the United States let in 15 million illegal foreign invaders. That would be the time relative justification to amend all matters regarding immigration or foreign invaders because of the crisis. Well, the left doesn't see that as a crisis. So, of course, that wouldn't bear any on the birthright citizenship issue, which we should just disregard. We don't even have to argue about it. You people are stupid. You don't believe in having a country. You don't believe in a border. I know it makes us feel, it makes us feel vulnerable because it may actually be that over 50% of this country truly believes we shouldn't have a border. That makes us scared. We're afraid. We're afraid because of the heresy of democracy. Heresy. I've said it on the show many times. If you listened, you've heard me say it before. I'm writing a book now, The Four Heresies of the West. Scientific method, democracy, computer technology, artificial intelligence. Why? When you say heresies of the West, what do you mean, Royce? Why do you call them heresies? They all, each one individually was an attempt for man to bridge the gap between himself and God. It's heresy. Heretics. The scientific method ain't going to bridge the gap between us and God. Democracy sure as hell isn't. Computer technology is only going to make it worse. It's only going to make us ruminate on the fact that we can't be God. And artificial intelligence is going to become a God for us, but not a God of the universe. Okay? Doesn't work. Not only is it heresy, it's ineffective, right? Democracy. The heresy of democracy is to believe that all majorities are made equal and righteous. They're not. All majorities are not equal, and they sure as hell aren't righteous. But we're obsessed with democracy. This is the top issue. When you poll Democrats right now in Minnesota, you ask people on the left, what are your top issues? The threat to democracy. It's like democracy is the threat to democracy. The democracy is the real threat to democracy. Democrats and the Democratic Party is the real threat to democracy. You 60%, let's just say it's 60%, we're going to throw you over there. Maybe there's a 20% wave off that will see the logic that we shouldn't put men in women's prisons. Maybe. But yeah, push comes to shove. Hey, the porn is good. The drugs and the video games are good, like Yuval Noah Harari said. It's all good. It's all good. You know, do as thou wilt. So anything's permitted when you don't have God, center of your worldview. Anything's permitted. There are no rules. The rules are there are no rules. We have a rules-based order, an international rules-based order, but the real rule is there are no rules. Birthright citizenship, the Dignity Act. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I say, if I was in the Senate right now, I'd say you need a 10-year moratorium on all immigration, all of it. Okay, we want to limit the scope of the. First of all, I don't like when they say there's no way we're getting out 25 million illegal immigrants. Well, what's the low number then? Don't give me the high number and clump it all in. What's the low number? Because we sure as hell are getting out the 10 to 15 million that came in under the Joe Biden administration. That's non-negotiable. The 10 to 15 million have to go, or at least every last one of them we can possibly get. The aim has to, the mission objective, the mission parameters have to be, we're starting off at 15 million. If we want to limit the scope just to the Joe Biden administration, I understand that. I don't agree in principle, but I agree as a matter of practical application. Sure. Let's limit the scope to the 15 that came in under Joe Biden's administration. Fine. But it is 15 million, and we're going to be getting out the 15 million. And if you say that there's a 4-year window, you're already, if you've been here for 4 years, more than 4 or 5 years, then you have legal status, and there are all these things you can do, all these check marks to find a path to citizenship. In principle, I don't agree, but we have 10 to 15 million illegal foreign invaders. We just have to do it. Almost whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, we got to get those people out. A way to actually put some teeth to this Dignity Act would be, we need a 10-year moratorium. While we are committed to and make a priority of getting all of these illegal foreign invaders out, or as many as we can, the 10 to 15 million, we need a 10-year moratorium on immigration. And I think the number should be 10 years. If you've been here longer than 10 years, we'll grant you, if you haven't committed a crime or fraud, right? A crime, fraud, any of these things up and down the line, we'll give you a legal status and lay out a path for you to become a citizen. You've been here longer than 10 years, not 5, 10. Coincide 10-year moratorium on all immigration. That's what I would say. But we're not in agreement on that. We're not even close. We're not even close. There are people who just say, we can't get out 25 million illegal immigrants. We got to find a way to keep them, to assimilate them. So how the hell is that working out here in Minneapolis? Does that work? Is America's immigration system a shining paragon of assimilation and effectiveness? No, no, it's not, because the people who oversee the immigration don't value American citizenship or culture. They don't even want us to have a country. So why would they place any premium whatsoever on ensuring that people actually assimilate when they immigrate? They're not going to do it. Birthright citizenship, letting a million tourism visa Chinese nationals get citizenship is just another way for them to circumvent us having a border, and we all know it. Birthright citizenship. It's all connected, though. And I say that, and people kind of like, oh, no, that's a reach. It's not a reach. It's all connected. It's all connected. The global affects the local and vice versa. We have a crisis of national identity and culture. The reason why we believe in fighting a war a world away is because the entire bedrock of American identity is to project strength, power all around the world. That's become our default. That's the default of not freedom and liberty and the rule of law and profound intellectual insight. None of those things have any real punch for the American identity and culture anymore. It's all based on if we can continue to be the global dollar empire we've been. And again, I said President Trump makes a few key decisions here. He could deliver a death blow to the rules-based order. Or maybe we just are doing Israel's bidding. I don't know. Time will tell. You're watching the Alex Jones Show here on InfoWars Sunday Night Live. I'm your guest host, Royce White, in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I hope you're enjoying the show this evening. I hope I'm not being too crazy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in a moment.
The bad guys all over the world, the EU, NATO, non-info, symbols of your support now at the shirt. Never done black on white. Seems like we should have. Looks like your uniform. It's like a new with bad guys on the InfoWars live on through you.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show here on InfoWars Sunday Night Live. I'm your guest host, Royce White, in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You got me for another hour here, and at the top of the hour, again, I want to say Alex Jones has my respect and love. The man sacrificed a lot, and he's told the truth when it was very, very unpopular and inconvenient. Can people make mistakes? Is it okay for people to make mistakes anymore? I make mistakes all the time. Everybody makes mistakes. Is it okay to make mistakes? It's like we forget how easy it is to make mistakes when we find it convenient to pounce on one person for saying something that inconveniences us. It's just like they do the same thing to President Trump, and that's what I say. I of everything that disappoints me, is some of the terminology that was used in that Truth Media, Truth Social post, and I do think that it's right for us to separate Tucker, Candace, and Meghan from Alex Jones, just as a matter of sequential posterity, because, when President Trump came down the escalator in 2016, Tucker, Candace, and Meghan were in very different places. Meghan's on Fox News, Candace still bouncing around TPUSA and Conservative Inc., and Tucker was on Fox himself. So, the president can rightfully say that his fight predates those three. That's not to say who's right or wrong on any given issue. So Israel, it is what it is. Let's just say it. Not to say who's right or wrong on the particulars and details of any individual issue, but he can say, rightfully so, hey, my fight predates you guys' fight against the deep state and the globalists and even the mainstream Republican establishment. You can't say the same thing for Alex Jones. Let's just look at the record. And the record speaks for itself. I'm 35 on Friday. Alex Jones started doing this when I was 6 years old. I was 6. I'm a full-grown man with a beard. I got grays in my beard. I talked about my podcast on Friday, reflecting back on turning 35, and now birthdays are much more about gratitude and reflection than they are celebration. But You go from being a kid with no teeth to a man with gray in his beard. It's just, time is so precious and such a blessing, such a miracle. You can't discredit time. It's not everything, but it's certainly not nothing. And Alex Jones was doing this when I was 6 years old. So his fight and what he's contributed even predates the president in many regards, and in most measurable regards. So, and this is very similar in the sense that, when I get a call from a New York Times or Mother Jones or the Guardian or Washington Post, what do you make of this conspiracy theory President Trump continues to posit about the 2020 election being rigged? And I laugh in their face. I go, you think that's a conspiracy theory? No, I think it's a conspiracy. I think it was a conspiracy for sure, but not a conspiracy theory. So to then call Alex a conspiracy theorist or what? And you know what? When I looked at the Truth, the Truth Social post, my first instinct was the president didn't write this. I'm just being honest. Maybe he did. I can't speak for him, but my first instinct was he didn't write that. Just telling you guys my honest, the way that I go about it. He maybe did, maybe didn't. I don't know. But my first instinct was it doesn't pass the sniff test. It's like even at the break, and we were talking about on the in the studio, it's like the French First Lady's more beautiful than Candace Owens. Like I've never spoken to Candace Owens, never been on her show. She's never been on mine. I've never met her. I don't agree with everything she says because I don't agree with everything anybody says except Christ and the gospel. But I don't know Candace Owens at all, and I don't agree with everything she says, but I can definitively say that she's 100 times more beautiful than the French First Lady. And it's not even close. It's like, what world are we? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Can we get back to the security of our elections, please? Please, people, can we please find a reprieve in here to get back to the security of our elections? Maybe I'm crazy. If you think so, just drop in the comments, say, Royce White, you are batshit crazy wingnut to say that we should get back to the security elections other than propping up the beauty of the French First Lady. Go ahead. Fine. We'll be right back on the other side of a brief break. Stay tuned for more. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm your guest host, Royce White. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I'm honored to be back again this Sunday. I see the dam is cracking in terms of the movement, and we are burning daylight. This is one of those moments where you just wish you could get everybody in the room and say, okay, let's just hash this shit out right here, right now. Let's just hash it out. And let's get organized here. It's like, because I still don't even know if we should be voting early or voting same day paper ballots. So people are already early voting. And then you got a Finocchio that's leading the entire voter initiative. He's telling people vote early. The great Mike Lindell, who's running for governor here, is like, these machines we gotta flood the system on game day. We're not even said about that. Now, you could say, hey, don't telegraph to your enemies what you're going to do, what your game plan is. You hit them with a little helter-skelter. Okay, cool. Fine. Then the entire thing is decentralized. Then we don't have a movement. We are a rebellion. The MAGA movement, the America First movement, is not a political organization. It's a decentralized rebellion. And if that's the case, then this starts to make a little more sense. And maybe God, everything works God's to the good of God's design. And maybe that's some of what we're seeing here. Maybe President Trump doesn't even realize that he's breaking the rules-based order. Maybe a lot of us don't. Maybe Israel doesn't realize. Maybe Israel thinks they're getting and maybe they are. Maybe Israel ends up with the Middle East concession. Maybe they end up with the entire Middle East as a concession in this whole deal. I don't know what happens. I don't know. But I do know the petrodollar is the cornerstone of the rules-based order. And to break the Middle East of its oil industry and would effectively be the final blow to the rules-based order, which is what the entire mainstream media is saying right now. If you read between the lines, read the fine print, it's MSNBC, Axios, all these other places. Blockade, and the blockade is like a nuclear strike almost to the rules-based order. And praise be to God, because the rules-based order is corrupt. and NATO as the number one tool of the rules-based order. We don't need to be defending Finocchio Europeans who don't want to defend themselves and give their continent to Muhammad or Allah or whoever else. Communists, China, whoever. I mean, it's open season there in Europe. But it's really close to being open season here too, right? I mean, we're right on the razor's edge. And can we just get back to the security of elections? It's like, can that be our focus? Am I crazy? I'm running for United States Senate, and I hope we'll see how endorsements play out. You got Michelle Tafoya, who's a world-class rhino, and maybe she gets endorsed now. I mean, if Lindsey Graham's getting endorsed, Michelle Tafoya is probably next, right? And then it's like, okay, now what? Now what do we do? It's like, we do what Ken Paxton did, right? It's like, we're running, okay? We're running. Love you. You know we do, but we're running. And the reason we're running is because we can in good conscience stand next to people who, in the most recent presidential cycle, begged President Trump, do not run. Again, that's what I want to say. I almost forgot. I'd be remiss as a United States Senate candidate who's run a statewide campaign in the state of Minnesota, which is the cultural epicenter of American politics. I'd be remiss not to tell the president and some of the people around him who I do like but have a difference of opinion about certain issues, I'd be remiss not to ask the basic question: why is there all this preferential treatment of these people in this wing of the party that is on the record, and I mean came to me personally and said, do not take President Trump's literature to the doors in Minnesota? They whipped for Nikki Haley. They said, don't bring President Trump's literature. Don't hitch your wagon to President Trump. Don't put President Trump on your mobile billboard. What are you thinking? President Trump's not palatable in Minnesota. Then they knife me in the back. And, the four horsemen of the Minnesota Republican constabulary, our four sitting Congress members, Finstad, Stauber, Fishbach, and Tom Emmer, who all claim to be pro-life, by the way, but haven't made one oppositional comment to running a pro-choice Michelle Tafoya. I guess they call themselves pro-life incrementalists or whatever it is. In the Catholic Church, we may have a problem with pedophilia and a fake pope, but we don't have any problems with pro-life. The four horsemen here
I'm about to speed him up because he talks so damn slow. Hold on.
in Minnesota, to endorse me. When it's just me, I mean, doesn't that kind of tell you the whole deal?
Yeah, that's a little
Honestly,
better.
and I don't mean to make it personal or make it be about me, because it's not about me. I'm just giving you information. The four sitting Republican Congress members in Minnesota refused to endorse me when it was just me and Amy Klobuchar. Left. She come up with 1,000 different reasons. You say, oh, well, it was hurt their brand. No, it doesn't hurt their brand in their district. Their district's more ultra-MAGA than they are. They have to worry about being outflanked from the right in their respective district because people in Michelle Fishbach's district and in Michelle Fishbach's district specifically are very discontent with Michelle Fishbach's
Roger Dub. What's happening? American business. What's happening?
politics. So they have to worry about being outflanked from the right. They don't have to worry about. Tom Emmer had no fear whatsoever that being too far right is going to make him vulnerable in Congressional District 6. Not even close. Not even remotely close. So ask yourself, why? Why would they not endorse the Republican endorsed nominee, especially as articulate and intelligent and strapping young fellow like myself? Why would they not endorse me when it's just me and Cookie Bake Amy? I don't know. You guys answer. You guys answer the question. I'll let you decide. Dumb, crazy, conspiratorial Negro, and they just
Negro. Oh, you a Negro? I do have a Parasite video lined up after this one. I ain't watched it yet either.
can't be associated with me.
So I'm gonna watch these videos while I'm doing this here laundry, player.
That's perfectly possible. I don't know. I'm on here 2 hours every weekend, and the only review is like, man, Royce, you're really a voice of reason. Thank you. We appreciate it. I get people all the time come up to me now and they say, man, we love. I had a guy come up to me at my mother's job. I won't say where she works, but anyway, there's a guy randomly comes up to me. He's got his phone up to his ear and he taps on the shoulder. He goes, I'm listening to you right now in Force. Right. So, that's a really big audience and reach for good reason. Been in a long time and a lot of loyal people to the show. And I get to benefit from him allowing me to do this on Sundays. But my point is, I'm here on Sundays, 2 hours, no scripts, no notes. You see here, this, by the way, I keep this on my desk. This is the National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism from June 2021. National Security Council, the Joe Biden administration. This is the only piece of paper we even have on the desk that, the founder's Bible. I take a peek on it every once in a while, but it's more for decoration. And then we got the President Trump cereal box. Some President Trump flakes here. But there are no notes. Am I crazy? Am I a conspiracy theorist? Is anything I'm saying today here on the show or the past several weeks crazy? I don't think so. So again, why do the Tom Emmer, Fishbach, Finstad, and Pete Staubers of the world of the Republican Party not endorse the nominees from their own party when it's just them and the radical Democrats they say they are diametrically opposed to and are fighting tooth and nail to save this country? These are questions that we have to answer. We just have to answer. And with all due respect, Mr. President, I said this the other day on a Spaces on X. I still believe in the president. I still believe that the president is the greatest shot that we have to win, or at least to move the football up the field, along with the help from people like Alex Jones and everybody else up and down the line. We got to have a renaissance of the message and the ideas, and we got to have it on the fly, right? Because this plane is going down. So we got to fix a couple engines here on the fly. But I still support the president. But I'd be remiss not to say at some point here, if I walk up to a man and he's standing in a cornfield and burning up all around him, he's got 2 buckets of water that are full. I start to think, did you set this fire? Or you don't, at the very least, you don't mind watching the cornfield burn. And that's the point I was making, the rules-based order. Everybody's gung-ho about, Israel wanting us to do this and whether we're doing it for Israel. 2 things can be true. Israel may want us to do it, and they may see it as beneficial for us to do it, but there still be a much greater agenda. An agenda, in fact, that isn't actually so nice to Israel. And I think the Israelis are starting to figure that out. It's like, NATO, you're not showing up. We're going to do a blockade on the blockade, Strait of Hormuz. I think Israel's starting to figure out that there's a scenario in here where Darth Vader throws the emperor down the shaft, and they're getting a little uncomfortable. They're getting a little skittish themselves. Even with the ceasefires, like, who knows where these bombs that hit Tel Aviv, these cluster bombs that hit Tel Aviv, who knows where they came from? I mean, really, come on. We do know that false flags are real. If we're going to dismiss false flags altogether out of hand, we're not being honest with ourselves, let alone each other. So I don't know what's happening for sure. I can't say for sure. But I can say that the very word secrecy is repugnant. And it's not a sign of disloyalty that people are alarmed because shit got so bad and crazy. We know the agenda's still in motion. We know from the lack of prosecutions. We know from the lack of people who have been brought to justice, who effectuated the managed decline of our great nation. We know from the lack of accountability that has taken place, the agenda's still in motion. Whether it's stalled or delayed or, it's regrouping or reorganizing, whatever the case be, we do know definitively that the purveyors of the agenda to kill this country are out there. So the agenda's still in motion. If that's the case, you can't be, you just can't, you can't be mad at people who are alarmed. You can't be mad at people who look at the situation and go, shit, we got to do something. We got to do something now. I mean, we're 6 months away from the midterms. Now, if the elections don't matter anymore and we're never going to give this government back to the communists, hey, I'm all for it, honestly. If that's how we're going to do business, then let's do business that way. I'm all for it. You're not going to hear any complaints from me. If we make a decision, a patriotic decision in this country, that we will never give the government back to these communists, I am perfectly fine with it. Now, all those out there who say, oh, Royce is a plant, Royce is a working for the law, Royce, you're a leftist, oh, you're a Marxist, Mark Levin, oh, you're a Marxist jihadist. No, I'm a Catholic, okay, sir? I know Christ. Ask yourself, do you? I'm further to the right than most of these people. It's because, you talk about constitutional crisis, and I remember we were discussing Trump 2028 and then the constitutional justification to circumvent the 2 terms and all these different things, and there were these Republicans, and I'm not talking the massive wing of the Republican Party, I mean, mainline Republicans scoffed at it here in Minnesota. They scoffed. They went, oh, man, there's no way he's going to get a 3rd term. It's like, that would be bad for the country. Same people who said Amy Klobuchar is great for Minnesota. And I kind of tipped my hat earlier. I said, I think Lindsey Graham, it's just ridiculous that his name is Lindsey, right? Not a little squishy and effeminate, but his name is Lindsey. It's like, watch what you name your sons, right? You got to be careful with what you name your sons, okay? Names kind of, carry some spiritual weight, in my opinion. It's like my son's name is Benjamin, the anti-Semite that I am. Benjamin, my son, right? Royce, right? Future Lincoln, right? I mean, names have weight. Lindsey, fruitcake. I do think that Lindsey is Amy Klobuchar's CIA handler. That's just my opinion. Just opinion. I don't know it to be a fact because how could I? I just get the sense when I see Lindsey Graham and Amy Klobuchar and a couple of Parkers there in Ukraine, promulgating a war, I think to myself, CIA, right? And we haven't got much clarity about what all went down there with Ukraine and Russia anyway. And I surely would like some of that secrecy to be uncovered. It's like, well, what the hell actually happened there in Russia and Ukraine? Let's get back to that. Let's talk about that again. What the heck went on there? How did we, clarity, we can't talk about it because we know dirty hands. Anyway, I'm sorry. I go off on these tangents. I'm sorry. Point being, these Republicans do not support President Trump, or at least, I don't know, maybe they've been given a green light to go about politics in their respective districts the way that they see fit, nor the only thing that's important. But we find ourselves on a slippery slope here and a clock where in some hearts and minds, we know the momentum of American culture, as it stands today, will inevitably bend in the arc of technology and convenience. The arc will bend in the direction of technology and convenience. We know that. We know it now. So like, if we want to give the government back to communists, I'm with you. If we say it doesn't matter how we win, I can't agree with that. I can't agree with winning by lying anymore. We can't lie to win. You can't lie your way to heaven. You can't lie your way to Christ. At some point, you gotta dig deep and just go, hey, whoa. We gotta tell the American people the truth. So the very word secrecy is repugnant. And there is some level of things that need to stay classified because we are always at war. And I do agree we are always at war. Now, how many trillions of dollars we need to let the Department of War, formerly the Department of Defense, lose to be at war all the time? That's for the American people to decide. And it really disgusts me. The number doesn't come up more often. The Department of Defense, when your government loses $2 trillion, the government steals $2 trillion. Let's just call it what it is. Don't tell me it went missing. It didn't go missing. Okay? You don't misplace $2 trillion. Not even on paper, not even on computers. You don't just misplace. You don't misplace $20 billion here in Minnesota. It's not incompetence. It's foreign policy. They funneled money to Al-Shabaab. What are we talking about? It's obvious. It's obvious, guys. People are stealing your money. Minnesotans. I know I'm on Alex Jones, the Alex Show. We're the crazy InfoWar conspiracy theorists, but when $20 billion goes missing, it's not incompetence. It's not a coincidence. Somebody's getting paid, and it ain't you. When $2 trillion goes missing, some foreign leaders got whacked. Some people got black bags. People got tagged in bags. Some unmanned vehicles. Some UAVs. Some things happened with $2 trillion. When $2 trillion goes missing, some things went down. When your government steals, everybody's stealing. When your government steals, everybody's stealing. There is a level of secrecy that's acceptable. This ain't it. It is incumbent upon our leaders, President Donald Trump, the administration, to huddle up. Let's get our messaging right. And I mean, we got to be razor sharp because the momentum is against us. It's not a personal attack. I don't mean say it to be offensive. I'm talking to people out in the street, and I know what's important to them. And I know what is, what at least for them is at the top of their mind is like democracy. We have to protect our democracy, and it's like affordability. And it's like, every once in a while, I don't want to be in a war for Israel, in the Middle East. Right? So there are these top issues. And you could say, hey, whether or not it's going to make you popular is secondary. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto us. I understand that. I'm with you. Abraham Lincoln suspends habeas corpus because he feels spiritual high ground to preserve country in the Union by defeating the Confederate Army. You could argue whether or not that's true, but he had the stones to do it. I'm with you. I know you got to make tough decisions sometimes. The question becomes, do you have the moral and righteous high ground? Because that is very important if you're going to make those kind of calls. And I just find it to be concerning that we would wage a holy war in the name of Christ with a bunch of people who don't believe in him. I mean, maybe that's just me, but I kind of get the sense that we should be very slow to wage a war in the name of Christ, wrap ourselves in the cloth of Christ with people who openly reject him. I'm not talking about people who never knew Christ, who are just being introduced. I'm talking about people who have a lifelong theology of rejecting Christ. Should be very slow to wage a war, wrapping ourselves in the cloth of Christ with people like this, in my opinion. Just my opinion. And also, because the momentum of secrecy in this country is built up to a point where people are rightfully skeptical of everything they see. And that's part of the problem we're having on the right. People even on the right, even in the MAGA movement, are rightfully skeptical of everything they see. Because we know we've been lied to every which way, 3 ways to Sunday. We know we've been lied to. We all know. We know. We don't know exactly how or when or where or why, but we know that somebody's not telling the truth. We can sense it. We have an intuition. When that becomes the driving spirit, the prevailing system of the zeitgeist, when secrecy and lies and distrust are the prevailing result of government and the message, the communication, you have a crisis. You have a crisis. That crisis must be addressed. The messaging, yes. It must be addressed. We have to sort this out. We have to walk people through this step by step meticulously. And it's like, it's hard to get me to believe that if we're just going to blow the Middle East to hell and take the oil racket and redistribute it the way we want to or control it for our own strategic advantage, it just seems to me to be a far stretch that there's a high level of secrecy that goes into that. I mean, at least from the philosophical framework of like, here's why we're doing this. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it. Okay, China, China, it's not one belt, one road. It's one belt to ass. That's what we're doing. Your weight in gold, and we built you. And so all the oil is going to run through America. And if you want to get froggy, then leap. Just come out and say that. I think we could actually say that, and we would have a much different zeitgeist here in our country, a much different political discourse. But hey, that's just my opinion. For me, it would feel much better. But I get there's a certain level of secrecy that goes into war too. So you're watching the Alex Jones Show here on Sunday Night Live. I'm your guest host, Royce White. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a brief break.
Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, it's the goal. So you get it, and you like it, and you want to get it again. Everything I sell to you, we put deep research into, and I personally use. Now, I've been promoting DLIs for decades with great sponsors. They really work and what they are. Well, Big our sponsor has a really label, possibly a real label. We'll bring it to you right now. Just sport. The widest selection of
Back to the Alex Jones Show here on InfoWars Sunday Night Live. I'm your guest host, Royce White. I'm the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I'm just hoping that we find some clarity, a moment of clarity here in the darkest hours our nation has ever seen. I was talking about the Chinese earlier, and I've said before on the show that the disadvantage that we have in a asymmetric war with the Chinese is that we're a nation ruled by lawyers, corrupt lawyers, as a matter of fact, lawyers, and their nation ruled by totalitarian engineers, ethno-national totalitarian engineers. I mean, there's a reason why the war games, we always lose the war games held by the, played out by the Pentagon, is because things like that matter. A nation's culture plays a role in any eventual outcome of military or kinetic conflict. I don't like being up against an ethno-national totalitarian engineer regime, especially with just a bunch of finocchio lawyers. And that's what I was saying earlier about just the eye test, the sniff test of some of these people in the Congress and in the Senate. And it's just a matter of fact, like American people talk a lot about being frustrated with the two-party system, frustrated with politics. And I'd be lying if I said that I don't feel the same way, because I do. That's part of the reason why I'm running for U.S. Senate. But I also see when you vote in incumbents 93%, you're really saying you don't care. You don't have a problem with the way things are. And I bring up China just as a cautionary tale. In my opinion, the only way that China catches the car, the only way that China defeats us, even in the long run, is if a Mamdani type of politician becomes president of the United States. And being the mayor of New York City is a stone's throw from being president of the United States. People have to understand the significance of being the mayor of New York City. It just in its scope and its public profile. And, there is a communist cry for Mamdani, similar to Mangione, Luigi, whatever his name is there, that shot the United Healthcare CEO on the street in Manhattan. And keep an eye out for that case, because I see fireworks coming there at the perfect and opportune time to be another distraction from the real issue. Secure elections, right? And let this lunatic off. And, you got Tyler Robinson out there, you got Charlie Kirk. You got a lot between now and the election. You got a lot of distractions out there to choose from. In terms of shifting the focus from where it should be. But one place we should be at least tracking is the only way China catches the car is if we elect a Mamdani as president or somebody similar. That's the only way that they actually catch the car and beat us in the long run, in my opinion. Or we could have a digital dystopia where China makes core components or essential parts and effectively they beat us in the AI arms race. That's possible. It's less likely. I more see it as a danger that we devolve from within with a Mamdani as a president, or even an AOC. They're the same person, right? That's why they're doing the romance between jihad and Latinx, or whatever they call it these days. The jihad Latin alliance. It's one of those kind of people. It's like Gavin Newsom doesn't have a shot in hell at winning, and for the Democrats to even put him up as a nominee is kind of farcical, in my opinion. And they may do it. They may actually do it. It's just farcical. He's another mook. He's another another fruitcake. He really is. Guys who hold their feet, guys who cross their legs under the table are fruitcakes. I'm just going to tell you. First, ad hominem. So ad hominem, what does that do? That's not mature. It's not statesmanlike. Dude, don't cross your legs under the table. Okay? Hold your legs, sit like a man. You didn't even cross your legs. I don't even like guys who cross their legs in a chair. At the most, you cross your legs down by the ankles. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? You cross your feet down by the ankles. You don't cross one leg over your lap like a come on. We got to go back to the basics here. Honestly, I say it jokingly, but I'm being pretty serious, actually. Our standard of men is just like in a crisis. It really is. Our standard of men is in a crisis in this country, and we want to fight wars. It's like you can have a finocchio culture if you want to be like Switzerland or something, right? If you want to be a non-confrontational country, you can have finocchio culture. If you want to be a non-confrontational country, an egalitarian country that's subsidized by a much bigger power, of which you should be a tributary, but you end up being a sort of monarch state, and all of the European Union are like a collection of monarch states. We're like the tributary to the EU. But in a right world, if you want to be an egalitarian, subsidized tributary, then you can cross your legs. You can have men that cross their legs, right? If you want to be a badass global dollar empire, you got to have men who stand up straight, men who can do some damage at the drop of a dime, men who are tough, who are gritty, who like a little confrontation, And look what we've become, right? And we're afraid of the Chinese. I just think we are. I think we're afraid of the Chinese. I think President Trump's calling their bluff every time he gets the chance. I really do believe that. You can't really look at the geopolitics and not see that this latest move to blockade the blockade is President Trump, calling President Xi's bluff. The question is, when President Trump goes to visit, what kind of deal they come out with. And I would venture to guess, and this is just me, and this is a cautionary tale to you, Mr. President. I think that President Xi and the entire CCP believe they can, I believe they think they can wait President Trump out. They can wait out the entire MAGA movement. All they have to do is wait long enough to get an AOC in the seat of power and have control of the government, and enough conservatives will abide by the corrupt rule of law to let this country slip right back into the position it was in. And things are better than they were. Don't let people tell you they're not. We can disagree, and we'd be right to disagree, and we should voice that. And Alex voiced that. He says, listen, alarmed at what I'm seeing with this war and the direction of things. Praise be to God. He's supposed to do that. But we can't say that things aren't better than they were, or they would have been. It's like you're shot. Are you shot in the foot? Are you shot in the, are you shot in the balls? Or are you shot in the head? There's a degree of severity there. And the same can be said for a country. Where are you shot? How much blood are you losing? Is a tourniquet even going to work? These are things that, just, as a matter of fact, you got to start to assess. And I think things are categorically better than they would have been, and than they were. But it's all for nothing if we let Democrats win. And we have to make strategic choices about the issues that we hang our hat on. Like, for example, if we were just going to go to war anyway without any congressional oversight or any, which I said 7 weeks ago on the show, Thomas Massey still has yet to tell me the math on asking the Congress to do anything when it's captured by a foreign lobby or any special interest in lobby. If the Congress is captured, why ask the president to ask Congress permission to do anything? By default, that should rightfully be seen as an act of treason. If I know my Congress is captured by special interests and lobbies, and I think one of the first things we should think about doing, well, this would be real tell too. I think a referendum issue should be special interests and lobbies. I think, right alongside the Save America Act, we should bring a bill to the United States Senate before the midterms to put people on the record who really believes in getting money out of politics, special interests and lobbies. We should ban them across the board. You should see broad bipartisan support to ban special interests and lobbies, which you won't. You'll see very little support, which should be the great tale, and there'd be no way we vote in 93% of the incumbents or 94, 95% of the incumbents in 2026. We have to get the message right. And it's right for people to say, right for people to go, we're alarmed. Not only are we alarmed at the prospect of us getting into another war for the kinetic implications, we're alarmed at what it signals. And if we weren't going to ask Congress for permission, why do we have to do this before the midterms? Why do we have to do this before the midterms and risk President Trump having his agenda stalled by the few, several or so seats they need to swing a majority? Why risk that? It's like we had the perfect coalition. You can't argue with it. It was successful. It was successful. And, the president was at the UFC. It's always good to see him at the UFC fight and good to see the response. It means that at least a portion of our country still has half a brain, right? But I remember him pulling up to the UFC, and it was Tucker, and it was, there was Rogan was there, and all of these people who are now like sort of persona non grata. It's like, okay, well, where's the math then? It's because the Christians, and maybe the strategic, the strategic thing here is, for once, we're going to try and pull on the low propensity Christians by using a Christian Zionist message. Maybe, hey, I make the rules. I just work here, okay? I'm just telling you the way things are. There is a significant, at least on paper, there is a significant low propensity Christian community all across this country. And maybe some people have made the decision. It's more advantageous for us, for our national security and everything else we want to do, to go after the Christian Zionist vote for once. Okay, fine. But then how do you recruit a Michelle Tafoya, who's pro-choice, publicly pro-choice? It's almost as if somebody in the bowels of Langley is calling the bluff of American Christians and saying, well, which one is more important to you, Israel or abortion? See, and it's right here in Minnesota. I can feel the spiritual implications of it. Which is more important to you, Christians, Israel or life? Which one is more important, Israel or life? And you got to ask yourself, say, the conservative movement, what has been conserved? We didn't conserve the Second Amendment. We didn't conserve the First Amendment. We haven't conserved pro-life. President Trump, improved the position. But en masse, we didn't conserve it. And it doesn't look like we intend to conserve it because, the NRSC, who's supposed to be the bastion of conservative Christian, Judeo-Christian values, just got to throw that in there. The NRSC, Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, and the rest of the gang, they're all conserving the Judeo-Christian ethic, and they recruit a pro-choice candidate to run for the United States. I wonder how that'll go over when we have to vote in Supreme Court justices. So you don't plan on conserving pro-life. Is the Alamo Israel? Is the Alamo the conservative movement Israel? Is that like the one thing we're going to dig our heels in and conserve? And you just got to ask yourself, like, okay, all right, I guess. I don't agree. I think it's a grave spiritual indictment of the conservative movement and Christians that Israel would be that another country's problems or threats and dangers would be the Alamo, the rally point, the sort of red line of the conservative movement in America. But hey, fine, let's see how hard you're willing to fight. I know you're willing to fight really hard over there. Let's see how hard you're willing to fight here in America. That's going to be a great tell. All right, because, I mean, if we're willing to go all out, balls to the walls, we're going to fight a war, we put ground troops there, on Carg Island, wherever else, in the name of Christ, we're going to fight our way to victory in the name of Christ, the world away. It's going to say a lot about this country's Christian community when we see how hard we're willing to fight here. And if I have to say, I do say so myself, the reason why I joined the movement and the reason why I ran as a Republican is because of my love of country, no doubt. And I love the country, and I believe in the Constitution. But my faith in Christ is what made me join the conservative movement, because I woke up one day and to be a Christian or a Catholic was considered white supremacy. I'm pretty fair-skinned, but nobody would mistake me for a white man. My last name is White, but nobody would mistake me for a white man. I woke up one morning in my mid-20s, actually right around the time George Floyd died, and I led this protest to the Federal Reserve, and I had people bow and pray. And a couple days later, I ran into a few folks that gave me some insight about just how hostile the current political climate was toward Christianity. It's like, why isn't every conservative news outlet showing the Christians there in Ethiopia celebrating Easter? Why is conservative mainstream media, Conservative Inc., why are they not replaying the Christians there in Ethiopia celebrating Easter Sunday and Good Friday by the tens and hundreds of thousands? Christianity was in Africa 250 years or so before it ever reached Europe. It's not a religion of white supremacy. Christ wasn't white. He wasn't white, he wasn't black, he wasn't this, he wasn't that. Christ is Christ. But he certainly did. We know where he came from. We know what his ethnic makeup was, per the stories. I mean, we could say, and hey, you can make an argument that Israel, that Nazareth and Jerusalem and that place in the Middle East was already an intersection of a relatively smaller global economy or trade route. So there are plenty of people who were there in Israel, many different skin colors and pigmentations, but ultimately, he was from Israel, okay? Point being is, in what world did they get off saying that Christianity is white supremacy? That's how you got people like me. That's how you got people like me. That's how we're going to draw people in. That's how we're going to mend. We can only mend the racial divide in this country through the gospel. We can only mend, let me say it again for the people in the back, we can only mend the racial divide and animosity in this country through the gospel. But I don't think the conservative movement is willing to take the gospel anywhere, for the most part. I don't think that the conservative movement is even upholding the gospel anymore. I think we're reaching a point where the gospel may in fact become canceled. I see a future where the conservative movement is actually the political movement that cancels the gospel. Is it anti-Semitic? Is the gospel anti-Semitic? Just go ahead and say it. Say the New Testament's anti-Semitic so we can get out of the way. A lot of these Christian Zionists are still going to fight for you anyway. Just say it. I mean, don't dance around it. The New Testament is anti-Semitic. Just say it. Just go ahead and put it out there, and then we can watch all these Christian Zionists line up to die for another country anyway, because they will. And I do think it's that bad. I think we have a nationwide, a cultural-wide metastasization of mass formation psychosis. I really do, and it's across the political spectrum. You take any number of cultural wedge issues and show you exactly how crazy America has gone. I mean, batshit crazy. Is the gospel anti-Semitic? I see a future where we can't use the gospel to mend a racial divide or any other divides. We have trouble even deciding whether or not the Christian community, the gospel is still something that we value. Questions to answer. Questions to answer. But if you go and fight a war and wrap yourself in the cloth of Christ, you sure as hell better have your spiritual house in order. Because hell is the consequence if you don't. Just saying. You sure as hell better have your spiritual house in order if you want to drape yourself in the cloth of Christ to wage a war, because if you don't, hell is the consequence, and hell is real. Just as real as the resurrection, hell is also real. And there are a lot of people there, and there are a lot of people going. Sorry to say it. A lot of people going. A lot of people going who say they're Christian, too, by the way. Food for thought. Food for thought this Sunday evening. We can, look, and all that being said, we can win. We can do this. We can win. I've seen it. I've been on that coach on the sideline, a bunch of 15-year-old boys. They all have their own agenda in mind, right? They all got their own plans. And, you just got to call the time. You got to burn the time out every once in a while. Give me a breath. Come sit your ass down. Sit down. Breathe. You're all out of sorts. Breathe. Take a breath. Coach is going to chew you up, but take a breath first so you can hear what I'm really saying. What are the fundamentals? Let's go back to the fundamentals. Stay in front of your man. Can you stay in front of your man? No, you can't. So you get in there. Okay, you take a blow. You watch. Okay, get yourself together because you got to go back in. Stay in front of your man. The help side is late. You're a step late, and the step makes a big difference. Get over there quicker. You have to rotate down and fill. When that pass goes out, you got to scramble. You got to scramble and close out because this kid named Johnny from Indiana, he can shoot that rock. If you don't close out on him quick enough, he's going to spray your ass. Okay, then I'm going to have to sub you out. And we got to run next week in practice because I just don't think you play hard enough. I don't think you want it bad enough. I don't think we want it bad enough. I think we have, and I'm talking politics now, I don't think we want it bad enough. I don't think we really want to change this country for the better. I think we know what's wrong. I think we have a lot of problems with the country, with the way things are. But I think convenience is so good, we hesitate to really change it. I don't know. Tell me, am I wrong? Why does the American public vote in 93% incumbents? What other possible explanation can you give except we like that we like getting screwed. We love it. We crave to be subjugated. We crave tyranny. We crave tyranny, whether it's overt tyranny so the left can play their secular humanist martyrdom, or we crave like a subtle passive, tyranny, economic tyranny, right? We crave wage slavery. We crave to be 19th century Russian serfs under a techno-feudal empire. We crave it. We crave subjugation. Even some of our leaders are like, bring on the technocracy. I'm like, whoa, hold on, dude. What? Time out. Let me burn another one. Wait a second. We can't be doing technocracy, are we? Okay, President Trump's divine appointment is to break the rules-based order. My generation, we have to take on the digital dystopia. We have to take on the technocracy. President Trump's 80 years old. Okay, he's 80. He's 80. What he's doing at 80 is nothing short of a miracle, honestly. I mean, you just got to say that. Disagree or agree. It's nothing short of a miracle. The man's 80. We pushed the Overton window of what we expect from our elders well beyond an inappropriate place, as you can see from the Congress. Average age is 60, 64 years old. Some people think you're in your prime. I don't. Our founding fathers certainly weren't at that age when they built this great nation. But we have to fight the technocracy. President Trump's got some key decisions in front of him. And I must say, I kind of like it. I think it's kind of gangster. All the oil is going to run. One belt, one road, done. Belt to ass is the new initiative, the American belt to ass agenda. And we're going to run all the oil. But then you have to double and triple down. We're going to actually run all the oil. No, nothing passes through unless America's getting a cut, a big cut. Okay. But in the end, we still don't like the Lindsey Grahams. Because a man named Lindsey, who talks the way that he does, is never going to lead this country to prosperity. It's been another episode of the Alex Jones Show here on Sunday night. It's been an honor to be with you again. God bless you all. God bless America. Godspeed. Have a great weekend. I'll see you at 7 a.m. White House Free People Radio.
Everything I
Dun, dun, dun. Well. Let's see. Here we go. I'm going to flip the script. Overfeeding? What? What are you talking about? Eat the fruit, plant the seed, or eat the meat, spit out the bones. I'm talking slow like Royce White so you can understand what I'm saying. Let me stop. This should be interesting. Hold on, the title of this is, let me close this out a little bit. Could this be causing your fatigue, anxiety, and cravings? In this eye-opening interview, Dr. Jason Dean reveals how hidden parasites may be the root cause behind fatigue, anxiety, cravings, and a wide range of unexplained health issues. Oh my. Creepy crawlers inside your body.
Our Cliver family, it is time to get inspired, to get grossed out a little bit. We're going to do some stuff that's going to blow your mind on today's show, and some things to show you that once seen can't be unseen. And that's your warning. That's your warning in advance. We have with us somebody who's a solution to problems you might not even know what's causing them, and we're going to break that down today with the one and only Dr. Jason Dean.
Yay! Welcome!
All right.
Hello, everybody.
It is good to have you.
Great
We've been
to have you.
friends for
Hey, whoa. Hey, your wife gets so excited, man. You ought to be, I would say, hey, calm that down a little bit, lady.
about 5 years now, and love having you on. It's been quite a while to get the schedules aligned, and love having you on. And I kind of selfishly been looking forward to this one because I've gotten a little off track on things. I think some of it is when the news cycle is very, crazy. You know, we're going to war. We got this, the economy. Like, I'm looking at all those things, deep diving, preparing for shows and stuff. And I found, like, unconsciously, it's almost like,
Only way somebody can curse you is if you give that shit power over you. And it has none. How about it?
you know, something took over, like late night cravings. I'm snacking. Here's my snack of choice that is my Achilles heel. If you want to catch David White in the wild in a trap, it's a Ritz cracker with some peanut butter on it. And I'll tell you what, if you put that in a trap, you come out in the morning, I'll be out there. I'll be like, eat, you know, my hands
I can't get out.
stuck in the trap. And so, you know, and I like, well, that's ridiculous. That was a bad weekend. I'm going to around, you know, this week. And it's not like I'm, you know, Hunter Biden binging out, you know, on, you know, meth or whatever, but
It's just Ritz crackers
Parmesan
and peanut
cheese
butter.
in the rug.
and there's no Parmesan cheese in the rug. But Parmesan cheese does sound kind of good. You know, so, but I do notice that with the stress, you know, does come some of that, and then it creates a little bit of a cycle. And I'm like, we've told you before, you know, that we drew a strong line in the sand. I was never going to sleep with anybody with parasites anymore. We celebrate our 33rd anniversary, and I want to stick to that. But I got to hold up my end as well. We're a couple of weeks from a full moon, and so I want to talk about the things that might be going on, maybe in my life, for some of our listeners here that have a connection to parasites. People hear about these things. There's newsreel aware of the term, but I don't know if there's anybody probably in America that has studied as much as you and has as much practical real life encounters with patients and stories of things that people didn't even know that they were struggling with that are quite fixable and pretty quick. And so for people that have this in their mind of like, well, is that really a thing or not? I want to really kind of break that down for you today of all the things that could be traced back to parasites in the body. Where do they come from? How many percentages of people have them? All that kind of stuff. What is the status, the state of the union of parasites in America?
I wish I could say the state is strong. It's not really strong. They're everywhere. And, you know, I just recently came out with some information on the microplastics and plastics and how much we're using it. And there was studies coming out showing that microplastics were connected to heart disease, and it absolutely is. And the plastic thing is a hard rabbit hole to go down, which we won't do right now because obviously it's pervasive everywhere in our society. But the parasite thing, I actually try, guys. I joke about this too in my videos now. I actually try to get away from the parasite thing sometimes because I've actually gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't want to do parasites. It can't be all parasites. Like, it's not like it, but yet whenever I try to get away, it's kind of like God is literally saying, no, you're not going away from this, because whether it's somebody direct messaging me behind the scenes, whether I'm getting a text or people call, I have people calling the office and texting the office from Australia, from the UK, that we end up working with because no one else will look at this, especially over there. And it's not like they come in and go, hey, I think I have parasites. They actually come in where they'll go, hey, I went to the bathroom and like these like snake looking creatures came out. And or they'll send pictures of literal parasites in the toilet, something they threw up, etc. It kind of never ends. So it's kind of like, I always joke that it's God keeping me in that lane of like, hey, work on these parasites, work on this problem. And then when you talk about what people are dealing with from a symptom standpoint, because, you know, most people in this movement now have realized that, you know, not that medical doctors are bad or all pharmaceuticals are bad. I'm not anti-medicine, but obviously we want to take a step back and go, okay, let's get off the pharma drugs. Let's not give the medical doctors the free way into the drug world. People have symptoms, right? And they go, okay, I don't feel good. I have bad energy. A big one is I'm not sleeping. You know, they get up several times in the middle of the night, and, you know, the liver fluke or parasites in the liver. Liver fluke looks like a snail, literally, and they go into the liver. We have a big problem today in society, especially females, where they're 3, 4, 5 times a night and not getting sleep, sometimes going to the bathroom, sometimes just waking up. And some people literally, like, it's almost like they snap awake between that 1 and 4 a.m. because the liver is trying to process and it's not working. So we have a lot of that. I just had a woman from the United Kingdom who has had for, I think it was 20 plus years, she's had horrible, basically, endometriosis or reproductive issues. fertility as an issue. And when they go to do the scans, the ovaries, the uterus are just a mess. There's nodules, there's fibroids, etc. Fertility is a mess in America. You guys know that already. I mean, there's infertility cases. And every time we go to work with these folks, parasites do come up. Now, there's also the toxin world, molds, plastics, metals, chemicals, of course, right? But parasites are always there because parasites always go to the weak area of the body. So you have these reproductive issues. You have the sleep problems. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but you have people who have lung issues or asthma. There's parasites that roam around in the lungs, brain. So there's the video that kind of went viral on my Instagram. That's actually 3 parasites. That's not fake, right? 3 parasites that a woman actually coughed up. Now, disclaimer for anybody out there, don't be afraid. Coughing up, like throwing up, is not the typical way they come out, but there is a small percentage of people where they do come out. We've had people literally pull them out their nose. It looks like a legitimate actual like out of their nose because they'll go to the brain. They'll go into the sinuses. We just had, I don't know if you guys had it where you are, but down here in Florida, the pollen the last month was off the charts. I mean, it looked like someone had to sweep the entire, like the whole, every town I went to, it was everywhere. But, and this is going to be a strange one because not everyone's looked at it this way. I always tell my wife, I don't believe, even though I know there's chemtrails and there's toxins, I get that. But I'm not a firm believer in the fact that, God put the trees here, God put the flowers here, the plants. We're not supposed to be allergic to nature. Like, why are we allergic to pollen? Why is this making everyone sneeze? Why are people getting flu-like symptoms? Now, there's obviously toxins in the air, but here's another one. 90% of America have liver problems. And when I mean liver problems, the reason why we know that is because they're deficient in a lot of the nutrients needed for the liver just to process. Well, the liver is tied to the sinuses. So if you out there have had sinus problems, headaches, migraines, or you're having digestive problems, maybe you eat fatty foods and it doesn't go through, it's problematic, even if it's not bad fatty foods, even if it's good fatty foods. The problem is your liver's backed up. There are parasites there, but those parasites also migrate to the sinuses. So you'll feel pressure or pain here in the cheeky area, above your eyes, maybe in the back of your ears. That's all congestion because the liver is not processing well, and we find parasites in both those areas. So that's kind of a rundown of some of the things we see. I mean, there's a million symptoms, unfortunately, that people do feel, but some of the most common ones are those, and it's literally global, everybody.
Okay, now David had mentioned earlier, like, full moon's coming up. There's new moon that comes up. Something that's kind of interesting. Sister-in-law of ours used to work in the emergency room, and she said that around full moons, half moons, it was crazy what would happen, people coming into the emergency rooms specifically around the moon cycles. Can you talk about what happens with parasites around moon cycles? Because you're like, how could that actually be?
Yeah, so this is actually one that I really love, and not because people don't feel good. But the reason I love this is, and it's actually funny because I have people from police and fire department that come to my office, like physically location. And I'm here in Central Florida. And so I've actually talked to them about this, right? And they're not in the parasite world, so they're not looking for anything. I go, hey, guys, are you more busy certain times of the year? They're like, yeah, the whole full moon thing is real. I'm like, what do you mean? And they go, when it is full moon, and they don't track the full moon, but they see the emergency rooms. I've had nurses say this, etc. It gets crazier around the full moon. And I've actually noticed, like, driving on the roads, because here's the weird thing. As an office, we monitor the moons. Like, it's very, like, we're not into some weird woo-woo thing. We just actually monitor the moon because we have a full moon and we have a new moon every month. So you're not going to get away from them. It happens 12 months a year, every single month. Every 2 weeks, you have an alternate one, full moon, new moon. And we actually have to a lot of times plan around supplement ordering, it never fails, usually within the week of the full moon and a couple days after, then a little bit of the new moon, because some people are more new moon oriented. People have lots of their symptoms kick up. For example, last week, we had a huge wave of people that were physically coming in the office who started having breakouts on their skin. I had one lady I walked into, she's not my patient, she's one of the associates, but I know her. She came in, her arms were covered in this red, it wasn't like a psoriasis scaly, just really red, bumpy rash. And I go, what happened? She goes, it's full moon, it just popped up out of nowhere. And I asked her, I go, would you eat? And she kind of gave me that like look of like a little kid getting busted. And she goes, yeah, I started having the carb cravings at 8 to 10, 11 o'clock at night. She was in, and she didn't even eat bad. She like had a little bit of chips here. She had some, I think she had some like healthier ice cream. And within like a day, it just exploded out of the skin because it's supposed to come out of the bowels, obviously, with bowel movements. It's supposed to potentially come out the urine, which we do see some urine parasites. But if that liver is backed up, if your gut is leaky, if you're struggling there, unfortunately, the third detox organ is the skin. It will come out the skin. We don't want it coming out the skin because obviously we've had people come in with full body rashes before where it just reacted, and it always happens. And then again, we ask the local utility services like fire department, police, etc. They all will tell you it gets crazier, and it almost gets, again, Luna, right? Lunacy, lunatics comes from Luna, the moon. Never fails. Statistics show that around the full moon, life gets a little crazier.
Okay, so the moon controls the waves in the water. Colton sent this to me, and I think it's important. Humans are mostly water. It makes sense that the moon affects us so much. That was a point that people saw, and they made the connection between the past. Like, why is that happening? So what do parasites specifically do when the moon cycle changes?
Right. So we're mostly water, which is weird because it's weird to look at a human body and go, it's mostly water. I don't see the water. We are mostly water. The earth is mostly water. Parasites are mostly water. So when those tides change, when it goes in and out, and then when that cycle comes through, and this is where it gets a little, some people will consider a little woo, but it's not. It's actually just energies, right? So there's higher energies because of actual magnetic polarities. So I always tell people, if you've ever gone to acupuncturist, right? Acupuncturist works off meridians. And the reason meridians work is because there's a positive, negative polarity. So like a magnet. If you put two positives together, they reject. If you put a positive, negative, they suck in. But what you're seeing is actually an energy underlying. It's a magnetic energy. That same magnetic energy is in water as well. If you guys have ever heard of like structured water is the positive negative, so it actually makes the water come together, the molecules. So in a weird scientific way, the energy of the moon, right, and then that magnetic pole is affecting the waters, the fluids of our body, because all of our fluids, our cells are all made, it's all water. The water is everywhere. And so we're also getting pulled on by that, just like the ocean is getting pulled on by that. So I've never looked into the marine world, but I would assume they also see things during full moons and new moons, maybe a change in the actual water, in the animal life, etc. It's kind of like when I think you guys saw probably in the last couple of years, there were a lot of weird things happening with birds, or a lot of weird things happening with different animals like the deer, etc. I think there were some videos where they were doing like a weird circle because they're all operating off of this very underlying frequency or energy. And it all comes from the moon and the different planets, right? So when the full moon is out, our energies are off the charts, and it also throws people off mentally too. I talked to you guys a long time ago. There's a book called Parasites in the Brain, or Your Brain on Parasites, right? Mm-hmm. That book alone by a PhD will tell you a ton about how we are all affected negatively and positively by those energies and by that water balance or the liquid balance, and how the moon radically affects it. And those parasites go crazy, which makes the person start feeling very unstable.
So this is something very treatable that you work on a lot. There's probably a lot of people that are pursuing, medical treatments and going to a doctor, and again, not down on modern medicine, but the way that it is structured, it's designed towards, hey, we're going to get you a pharmaceutical drug that may or may not have a side effect, and maybe something as fundamental as just cleaning out our bodies and doing like a reset, which is, there's a flow to that in life. Stacy, I had 2 trips recently. I came back. She had like She went through pantries and a storage room. They're all cleaned out. She went through.
I was missing you so much.
She went to the
I had to
garage
do something while you were gone.
and I was missing a few things. And I came back. I'm like, "Where's my things?" She goes, "Well, it shouldn't have been out there." And so, but things accumulate. In our world, more stuff's coming in the house than's coming out. If you have kids, more things probably go into your car than come out. You end up with wrappers and different things and school assignments and crayons and whatever, this kind of thing. Our bodies are probably, pretty similar. So there's people, what are some cases of people who have come in? They're like, I've gone to MDs for this or this, and they don't really have a solution. It's not right, but I know I'm not feeling right. My energy's not right. My moods aren't right. I've been blue for a long time, like depression and not performing at the level that they feel like they used to. How much of that coming in trace back to parasites?
Oh, I mean, there's definitely a 100% connection to parasites. Obviously, they might have other spiritual things going on in the world, but the mental health world, let me tell you guys, and I love to be able to say this and report this, not that it's happening, is when somebody comes in, they have to write down, or when somebody becomes a patient of mine, or I see somebody, or my office sees somebody, and I get this behind the scenes too, because people who get parasite protocols from my site, they will send messages like what they're on and things like that. The average person is on at least 5 medications right now.
Wow.
Right? And I'm not even talking about the parasite world of meds. I'm talking about everything from high blood pressure to cholesterol problems, and things that they know that they've been lied to about now, and they want help with it. But I see people, and this is honestly down to kids under 10 years old, I see on at least 2 medications for anxiety or depression or mental health issues now. It's rampant across the board. And so it's a big problem because actually a friend of mine told me the other day, there's a couple schools out in Colorado that he's near that 80% of some of their schools, and we're talking the high income schools. It's not like the lower, inner city stuff. Higher income schools, up to 80% of the kids are on psych drugs already. Wow. 80%, which is really, really scary because the side effects, homicidal behavior, suicidal tendencies, it's completely, literally insane, right? And every time we have someone like this, I always see a leaky gut, and parasites are connected to the leaky gut. Now, on top of that, their blood-brain barrier up here, right, is typically leaking, which allows those parasites entryway through, along with a lot of heavy metal toxicity and mold. I always see parasites on these folks. And again, it doesn't mean that that's the only thing there, but the parasites are always, always there. And back to your thing from a pharmaceutical standpoint, right? There's a time and place for pharmaceuticals. Like, I completely get it. But even now, people are jumping on 3, 4, 5 different parasite medications, and I'm not against different things, right? Like, I get it. If somebody is in a bad way, like from a cancer standpoint, I get that. But I personally, right, and I have stories to base this on, I try to stay with the natural flow of nature, right? What did God give us? Because quite honestly, guys, most medications are based off of nature anyway. They just couldn't patent nature. So they decided to change the molecular form of nature. They make it into a patentable drug they can make money on. And I'm in Florida. We have a tremendous amount of people coming from island areas, island countries to our state, right? We have lots of Jamaicans, Haitians, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, great people, right? They'll tell you, especially Jamaica, like we have someone right now that works with us from Jamaica. They tell us they already know about the parasites. They've known about it forever. And guess what? They don't trust pharma. They don't. They'll tell you they don't trust medications because that's not what they grew up with. They are doing, like, obviously they don't necessarily have all the companies there that we have here. So they actually make their own herbal remedies down in those islands, and they do multiple parasite cleanses every single year in their countries because they already know the parasites are an issue. I had a woman come from one of the islands south, and I forget off the top of my head which one it was, but she came in, she had diabetes, she had cancer, and this is going to be really gross, but when she went to get her breast cancer handled, now she grew up in a country where literally they had mud huts, and so their hands were in the mud/dung. She got she knew she had parasites from a very young age. When she came here, they were actually reconstructing her breast area from breast cancer. They saw the parasites in there. Like they were taking out the parasites from her chest area. And then here's the crazy part. She has a 27-year-old daughter. Her daughter is battling the same parasites she was battling, and they actually have it. They even had it medically like diagnosed. They saw it. So I joked with her a little bit because she's doing better now. I said, you realize the Americans think that we don't have any of this stuff and nothing transfers between countries and travel. She goes, we actually think it's hilarious that Americans are that ignorant and naive that they don't believe that this stuff is everywhere. She goes, in America, she goes, it's worse here because you guys aren't even dealing with nature. You're going into this pharmaceutical route. But she said, like, we know it already. We know it. And even here, they do herbal tinctures because they know they must be preventative against it.
One of my favorite people to listen to, and we've had her on the show before, is Laura Sanger. Yeah, we got Laura up.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that.
PhD. She did clinical studies in psych wards, people that were, murderers and psych states, and that was part of her understudy with these interviews, and going through these data sheets, questionnaires she had to answer, and then she went into her own practice, as a psychologist. She goes, knowing everything I know now, if I could go back 30 years, every patient before I ever did anything with them, I would have had them go through a parasite protocol. She goes, because now that I found, she goes, we were treating all of these things and doing therapies and all this stuff. And she goes, part of it was an underlying massive parasite problem that was causing the behavior issues, to the extreme, of the cases she went to in the institution. But, that you hear that and you're like, man.
In fact, we can put that interview in the notes so you guys can see it. It was very interesting talking to her, and that's exactly what she said. I was thinking the same thing, so I pulled up her information because she said if she was to go back, she would first do the protocol before she ever treated him, because then they'd find out what are we actually dealing with. Once you get rid of the parasites, then we can see what do we actually have
not dealing with all these false flags,
It's actually funny you bring that up, because the other day I had a conversation with somebody and she was like, hey, where does somebody start? And she goes, where do you need them? I said, well, detoxification definitely needs to happen because we are just loaded as Americans. I go, however, number one, start with parasites. She goes, really? I go, here's the thing. Even if it's not all parasites, I know they're there. And a lot of times the parasites become so overwhelming on the system that you're going to have to cull some of them back before you can even uncover the rest of the toxic load that you have. And quite frankly, like you guys just said, those parasites are absolutely 100% messing with the brain of humans. So when guys, everybody I talk to, I mean, and quite honestly, 70-80% of the people I deal with are females because they're much more health centered. As guys like myself and David and others maybe watching this, we are kind of a rare breed, unfortunately. Usually men need a heart attack before they actually wake up, which is not a good thing. But when? Because they're struggling with this depression, with this anxiety, with the brain fog, with the mental clarity that's just not there. That they might be 30, 40 years old, and we're seeing them younger, but they feel like they're 60, 70. We have 60, 70-year-olds who want to be healthier, want to feel better, but they feel like a mess. And quite frankly, and this is a big message to people who are watching, I have the most spiritual, God-fearing, Bible-believing Christian folks, both overseas, in the country, in America, and people that come into my office. I'm in Florida. There's a church on every corner here, and that's not a joke, right? I have people who are deeply, deeply connected to God, deeply connected to Christ. But when they come into me, they will tell me on the side how much they are battling the mental health aspect, the fear, the depression, and it's not because like they're not really a follower. It has nothing to do with that, right? You can be studying every day, and you can have peace in your heart that we're going to a good place. The problem is when the physical takeover happens, and they're in the gut, they're in the liver, they're in the brain, they're in the sinuses. You're battling that from a physiological standpoint. And when those moons come around, you are going to go through, unfortunately, some of those problems. So when we start cleaning that out with our protocols, they go to different levels. I mean, they just feel, one, they feel physically better, but they also, I think they connect better too, spiritually. Like every time we talk to somebody who's cleaned themselves up, they, and this is not my job, I just hear it from them. They feel closer spiritual. They feel like they're getting that weight off their back so they can actually put themselves into their spiritual world. So the physical absolutely holds people back 100%.
I mean, imagine if you're battling something all the time that you can't see. You know, I mean, that is so.
And I do think that is an attempt from, to talk spiritually for a second. There is an enemy, that stands against God. And if he can break us down physically, then we're more vulnerable, susceptible to then spiritual attacks. If you're tired, if anybody knows if ever, gone through a divorce, gone through an audit, gone through, these things, like that's a real thing going down, but it breaks you down. And then there's a spiritual attack that comes with it because your guard's kind of down. And it's not personal. If you're wearing ankle weights and a weighted vest every day, you physically are just going to be more tired. It's a physical thing that breaks you down. So here's the exciting thing. We've talked a little before we came on camera today. You have new answers and solutions that are cheaper than you've ever had before, formulated specifically like you've wanted, like you've never had before, and non-pill based. Talk about this and what you have, because this is a pretty big breakthrough in the Dr. Jason Dean world.
Oh, this is a really big breakthrough.
And I'm excited. I just found out about this. I'm excited to make my order. We're a couple weeks away from the full moon protocol. I want to go through this whole thing from scratch for me personally.
Me too.
Stacy too. We're doing it together. All right, we're doing this thing.
There you go.
But I'm actually excited about this. I feel like something's not quite right. I've eaten something, and it's just I can't even put a finger on it. But I'm just not 100%, and I'm excited to go through this. Like I know my body is needing it.
Totally. So this is like super exciting. So a couple things we looked at. First of all, and I know this happens out there, right? Now, I still take a ton of pills every day from a standpoint of supplements because I just love it and I like to play with things. However, one of the things we hear from people, right, is like, oh my gosh, could I do more liquids? And now I know you guys, and I know David specifically, like, used to always brag about Para3, the liquid, right? Like, I do it my wife takes it everywhere, right? And so I'm like, okay, we need to do more liquids. Not because like I have no problem with the capsules and stuff like that, but what if we could make it easier for people, both pocketbook wise, but also more effective, and with a liquid, no joke here, because we call it pill fatigue, right? People have pill fatigue. So we want to get into liquids. Liquids actually get absorbed in the body faster, right? And this is I always say this because it's obvious to someone like me who's in industry, right? But people don't always know this, right? So when you take a liquid, it goes through what's called the mucosal membranes in your mouth, obviously right into the bloodstream. So you have a faster, you don't have to pass the stomach, you don't have to digest and go down to the intestine. It's taken in right away. So these three products right here, we have what's called Core Artemisia Blend and Core Para-V Blend and Drainage Tone. So we have two what we call parasite killers, right? They're a little darker liquid. It's got like that green color because I always like connect green to parasites for some strange reason. So we have each of those, and what you'll do is you actually literally do a dropper full of each per day. You can do it all at once, so you can divide them up. And then we have Drainage Tone. And now Drainage Tone is very specific, which many people who've done the kids protocol or anything like that or ever been, in my store, Drainage Tone is a way of just very gently. Now, I say gently because some people in the past were like, oh my gosh, I've had to run to the bathroom, because when parasites are ready to come out, guys, like they're ready to come out, right? So Drainage Tone works with your body to gently allow this stuff to come out without typically you having to run to the bathroom, because quite frankly, we get a lot of people who are just beginning this, right? And they're like, hey, I've never done a cleanse before. What should I do? And I'm like, okay, let's just start with like 3 to 5 days. Let's not go crazy, right? I want to build everybody up to like the 2-week platform, but let's do 3 to 5 days. Let's do like half a dropper to a dropper of these parasite killers, and then do a couple droppers of Drainage Tone, and let's see what happens. And it's kind of a really good stepping stone to kind of go up to the next level where we start like really killing this stuff off. And so far, it's been absolutely fantastic. One, people love doing the liquids. It's so much easier. And with this stuff, you don't have to do it straight, even though I do it straight. Like I'll just put the dropper in my mouth. You can put this in water. You can put this in a juice. You can put it in a coffee. I mean, I don't know how all those would taste like in a coffee, but like you can do it ultimately, it's just a great delivery system to start this stuff rolling. And the successes that we've had coming off this have been absolutely spectacular.
Okay, so let's look at it again. So the core and the core, you got 2 cores on there.
Yep.
Those you're going to do depending on if you're doing a 3 to 5 day, when they start, you're doing
You just do the regular dropper full and then like a 2 to 3 inch tone. If you want to go hog wild and you are used to this thing and like, let's see if we can kill off, let's do that 14 to 15 day detox. It doesn't mean they're all going to go away, obviously. Like, I don't want people to think, oh, they're just all gone. It's not, this takes cycles to do, right? But you can do a dropper full of the killers per day. And when I say a dropper full, don't overthink it. However you need to get it in there, whether it's 1 dropper full and you're done, or you divide that up between a half a dropper morning and evening, that's fine. Either way, it's fine. And then that 2 to 3 droppers of the drainage tone is a great start. And just keep in mind, this is meant to be gentle, but very effective, right? So don't be surprised if you feel some of the kill-off symptoms. Don't be surprised if you have a little bit of a, not bad gut, but just kind of like a little bit of discomfort, because you actually are actively killing off. And I want to say this really clearly. They are infections. And when I say the word infection, people sometimes get a little like, yeah, so anything die off, hopefully you're just feeling better, because that's where we're going for. But a little bit of a digestive thing. You might actually feel a little bit of a pickup in the brain fog, because what's happening is, again, you're killing them off. And you guys know this, but parasites like to give off ammonia. So as a byproduct, ammonia will make you feel very, very foggy, not clear-brained. So that can kick up a little bit, because they kind of, when they're getting killed, they give off different toxins. You might get a little tired. This is a good thing. So if you get tired, when I say tired, doesn't mean you're killing off infections and parasites. You're switching from what's called
as they're going through this. Do you have some sort of like support group or places they can ask questions, or what does that look like?
Yeah, we have a community. So when we pull you over, we actually put you into our it's a parasite, basically, full moon protocol community. Okay. There's actually an app to it. I now have to people are really
like, what's going on?
Is there a burglar, or is David going through the refrigerator?
Yeah, and it's a kind of become a thing. Is there a specific like eating plan that you suggest for this? I know in the past it was like kind of eliminate, obviously processed foods you always want out, but like do a strict, is there a specific eating plan, time of day? Do you do fasting with it? What's the dietary protocol to go along with this to enhance it?
It's always the hardest part, man, is the diet, right? The diet is hard. I mean, we have such the market has gone to GLP-1s, which is a whole other conversation. It's driving me up a wall, but it always comes back to that diet and lifestyle, right? So I always tell people, first of all, especially if you haven't done this before, you're just kind of diving in, you're new to it. I don't want you to go crazy, right? Because what happens is, I used to tell people, oh, we got to cut the sugar and the carbs, right? And people do it, but then they feel terrible, because it's like anything. It's like drugs. It's like smoking. It's like drinking. Yeah. Like cold turkey can happen for some people, but the majority doesn't work, and then they go harder into it, right? So what I tell people is, one, yes, sugar and carbs love to feed this stuff. Like they live off it, just like sugar feeds cancer, right? Like it's well known at this point. It's scientific. We know it, right? So I always tell people, if you're going to do this for like the first 5 days or a couple of weeks, go to the store and get a couple naturally healthy type sugars, right? So whether that's some organic berries, or you have some like stevia sweetened chocolate, something out there that like has that little carb taste to it, but is not like 100 grams of sugar like donuts and cakes and cookies, right? Have that in the house, because even with the kill off, right, when you start killing these things off, you will probably have the cravings, right? So you're going to try to stay away from all the nasty carbs, like the bad breads, the bad pasta, the bad rices, the candies, cookies, cakes, all like the Starbucks nasty drink that's got like 300 grams of carbs. You're going to stay away from those, because those like literally will just straight feed these things. That will help, right? Get your protein up. So good meats, some good vegetables if you do those. And then when you do have those small cravings at night, as we're killing these things off, you have maybe a little bit of dark chocolate with stevia in it. But you're not going to go hog wild and crazy, right? Those are the big things. And here's another one too. It seems weird, but it actually found that it does help people. There's a couple good potato chip companies out there. I think Boulder is one of them, if I remember correctly. Like they make it in tallow now. They make it in like olive oils and stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying eat a whole bag. However,
I got a prescription for these things. my doctor said.
They're almost a vitamin.
However, potatoes are starch, which is a carb there, right? And obviously you're getting a good fat, right? So have those there. The salt some people like. So we actually have those in the house. We don't go nuts on them, but go in, have a handful of it. I'd rather have you a handful of that or a stevia dark chocolate that's on like a dozen donuts, which I can say I've done in the past. So it's not me telling you can't do that. I've done the whole go at midnight to Dunkin' Donuts or to the other Krispy Kreme, like not recently, but like decades ago. I was one of those. Like, so I always tell people, whatever you're battling, don't worry. We've already done it. We've already failed at it. So just do the best you possibly can.
I love it. So what are some stories, like some encouragement for people that maybe they're listening to this today? Okay, I've got this, I've got that. What are some like patient testimonies of people that maybe had this problem, went through this, kind of came out the other side?
Yeah, so some of the really good ones. This one's actually well known for us in our practice because we deal with parasites there all the time. We've had a tremendous success over the last at least 10 years. We've been in practice 20 years, but over the last 10 plus years doing this parasite work, we've had massive fertility like reversals, right? So women who couldn't have babies, like they were really struggling, had endometriosis, PCOS, reversing those, so they actually start having children. They start literally having families. Like we had a mom who couldn't have kids at all. We overturned it. She has 5 kids now. They have like their own ranch down here. Like they have their, it's real. It's like amazing. We have diabetes reversals. So we actually have women who come in full blown diabetic, reverse their diabetes. Now I am not doing that. Like I never take credit. That is the knowledge base. That is God working through giving us information on how to help them and their body actually doing it. We have kids. Some of the really cool ones, I mean, adults are fun, but kids, when you change a kid's life, I mean, one, you get the kid who's happy. You get the mom who's really happy, right? But then they tell everybody we help more kids. We just had a recent child, I think he's 4, and he came in, now he had that typical, that dark circle under his eyes. Now keep in mind, mom and dad, great people, church-going people, like very, very God-centered. He was really struggling. He would react to every pet that he was around, right? And he had some loving pets. He would get a breakout on his skin. We started going after the gut, and we had to go after the parasites right away. And he went from having to be on Benadryl all the time because of the allergic reactions. As we cleaned this stuff up and we went after parasites right away, I think within a few months, all of his stuff has actually completely disappeared. We're still working on some final stuff with the gut because that takes some time. But to have the reversal of the dark circles, the skin issues, the breakouts on the back, etc.,
life-changing.
And to get off the Benadryl.
I'll tell you what. Hold the show, this Negro. Terrible. Terrible. Oh shit, I just heard my dryer go off. Oh wait. That was a wash machine, my bad. I'm still here, dryer running, so let me hit 10 with his jam real quick.
I ain't beefing with the demon, I confront the bitch. Scar on my soul, yeah, I done a drum kick. I'm praying in the pew saying son quick. But I'm stitched from the cloth where you stand on shit. If I did dirt, in my word, got my aim, I selling dreams on the payment plan. Told me I could fly, but he hit the facts quicksand. Whole block once you put the cane on. and face stones, renting fake ones. I seen killers turn clown when the case closed. Talking about guys playing, they just hate growth. I would need dick, gun tuck, heart froze. Spirit whisper, tell the truth for your soul. So had to kill the lie, living in my own head. For the lie.
Yeah, I can't be having the skips. Nope. Shit sound terrible. Let me try that again.
I ain't beefing with the demon, I confront the bitch. Every scar on my soul, yeah, I done it. Devil banging bass, drum working the drum kit. Mama praying in the pew saying son quit. But I'm stitched from the cloth where you stand on shit. If I did dirt, then my word got my hands on the devil in my ear, selling dreams on a payment plan. Told me I could fly, but he hit the facts quicksand. Whole block worship what they can't own. Flexing face stones, renting fake loans. I seen killers turn clown when the case closed. Talking about guys playing, they just hate growth. I would need deep, gun tuck, heart froze. Spirit whisper, tell the truth for your soul. So had to kill the lie, living in my own head. For the lie, put a mark on my forehead. The devil is a lie, I don't buy it. He talk big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts. Rather down the truth than down the rat trap. Devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. It still be straight in my eyes, I don't write cap. If my tongue saved, then my backbone back there. I done broke bread with the crooked and the holy. Pistol in the trunk, speaking scripture through the song. That's the shaking hands, been phony. Devil wear cologne, smell rich, call your homie. Offer me a bag for my silence and my honor, trying to make me lie to my seed. But I'ma tell him about his mama, told him I'm a man. Not a product, not a comma, you can keep the chaos. I ain't chasing your drama, homie took a shortcut, now he short-lived. Told the lie so long that it walked him. Trying to paint his glass like a portrait, but the blood on his hands wrote the forfeit. I see snitches throw dirt on the dead name, crying in front of a headstone bearing his name. Talk loud, but they souls speak the dead slang. Got you like a truth walk, he don't need game. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He talk big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts. Rather down the truth than down the rat trap. I won't side if it ain't real, then the deal getting dry. Still be straight in my eye, I don't write cap. If my tongue say to my backbone back there, and tell me play along, you can shine more. Kept a little one about the cow crime law. Say you rain the whole city, make them one war. Would I rather be small than a big fraud? My little cousin looking up like I'm scripture. What I say turn his choices to a mixture. If I glamorize the page in my stories, he gon' chase bars, never take glory. So I'm talking about the nights I was dead broke, about the cold flows, about the stress smoke, about the friends in the ground who ain't get old, about the weight on my chest when I'm big cold. Truth cut, but it came with slice through. Fear talk cute, but it bite you. A devil in the deal, read the fine print. I just sound with the light, let my life in. The devil is a lie, I don't buy that. He's so big, but he high, I don't like that. Put my life on the line for the right facts. Rather down the truth than down the rat trap. The devil is a lie, I won't side up. If it ain't real, then the bill getting dry. Still me straight in my eyes, I don't write cat. My tongue say to my backbone back there. Oh, dude. Yeah.
minor mister. Let's go on the track. They flood the block with sugar. Call it love in a bright red can. Doctor say pressure too high, my brother. But the corner got a 2-for-1 plan. They lace off school to sirens. Mad with those cameras on the keys. Guidance counselor juggling 30 broken stories. Meanwhile, prisons beating on beds. They said the spear on the radio. Same crew chain, same dead screw. Tell a young empress she only worth a shake. Tell a young king he only worth a clip. This is math in the backroom ledger. Every life just a line of squeeze. Talking market stamped on our faces. Low map mark, take what you please. Poison pushers in designer suits. Smile while with that clean white teeth. Demonic schemes in the ballroom hole. Turn our babies in the balance sheets. American genocide. They dress it up nice. New war, new deals ain't nice. We numbers, we ain't your price. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. They turned our hunting to a slogan. Dollar man, you right by the church. Ashy playground broken swing set. Liquor store shining on every purse. They cut the bus line to blame us. When we late, when we can't clock in. Boss man talking about personal feelings. His cousin wrote the law, we drowning in. They call it church when they poison water. Call it order when they flood our streets. Symbol guns where the books are missing in. That's why we fight just to eat. They buy a coach and sell it back. Hollow paint our plane, that's a fashion trend. But the zip codes with the softest source still decide how our story ends. Poison pushers in designer suits. Swell out with they clean white teeth. Demonic schemes in the ballroom hole. Turn our babies in the balance sheets. American genocide. They dress it all nice. Do all new pills ain't nice. We know we ain't your bride. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We know it's hard. My grandma kept the murds in the kitchen, quiet praise over pipes and plans. She said, baby, read every label, they ain't feeding you. They feeding their plan. We playing greens in the cracks of the concrete. Bitch, our sons out of breeding out boats. Tell our daughter they crowns ain't class, cause they much more fire than me and you post. We study law like we study scripture. Court ain't sunk like holidays. It's they wage war on the way that we leave. We wage love in 1,000 ways. From the mark to the PTA meeting, from the cipher to the pastor mic. We 99s, we trace their money. Try the shadows in the light. Into the boys and pushers in the signer suits. Smile while wear that clean white team. Demonic schemes in the ballroom room. Tell our babies in the balance sheets. American genocide. They dress it all nice. New war, new kills ain't nice. We know playing your vibe. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We calling out your American genocide. We live and do just America. We live and do just American genocide.
Skills on my skin, go green, I'm awake. Smoke in my lungs, whole world on my plate. They praying I fall like the shark in my fangs. Dame ring bells like a war horn bang. Fire, breathing dragon. Watch me light that sky up. Legend in the canyon. Every step that ground erupt. They talk big, they vanish on the myth they can't touch. Fire, breathing dragon. Say my name, that's bad luck. Blood on my claw, I don't beg, I claim. Walk through a stone, got a trail of flame. Castle on the cliff in my marking stone. Every king in the book, just a stepping stone. Ash on my wings, still I rise, still I glide. They hide in the crowd, I ride mountain sides. Whole map mind, see the edges curve. Took one deep breath, changed the world. Fire, breathing dragon. Watch me light that sky up. Legend in the canyon. Every step they ground erupt. They talk big, they vanish. I'm the myth they can't touch. Fire, breathing dragon. Say my name, that's bad luck. everyone I keep. Came from the dark with a break, don't go. Turn that fear to a burning glow. They write my story, can't spell my rage. Every bar carved like a claw through a page. You chase trends, I chase horizons. You see smoke, I see my island. Ooh, on war with the living quake. Heart too hot, make the rivers bake. You hear that roar when the cloud bank shakes. That's my hunger, that's your mistake. Fight a breathing dragon, watch me like a sky up. Legend in the canyon, every step that ground erupt. They talk big, they vanish. Some are made for bait, can't touch. Fire breathing dragon, say my name, that's bad luck. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Just on once. Yeah. Whole block shake. Yeah. Look up. Too late. I'm Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps. Every little hater looking like a snake. Like a snake. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crack. I'm Godzilla when I breathe. That's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line. Every time I move, that's a world map. Crawled out the trench, skin still drips out. Scars on my scales, whole life my fault now. Made for the quake and the chaos. Heartbeat drum, make the ground break sounds. You play tough, I play tight. You chase clout, I chase lightning. You want throne, but your bones too light. I use stones like stones when I skip them in the night. Footprint, whole block outline. Name ring out like a landline. You talk big, but your frame bite size. I chewed out, spit flames in your timeline. Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps, every little hater looking like a snack. Like a snack. Like a snack. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crash. I'm Godzilla when I breathe. That's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when they look into my eyes. You can build walls, I'ma treat them like glass. King of the fault line. Every time I move, there's a world map. Yeah. You wanna roar like this? Gotta live through the deep like this. Gotta sleep with a teeth like this. Whole life in the beast like this. Storm in my chest, I'm a walking reactor. Every step right a chapter. Waves in my wake, that's disaster. Still stand tall in the after that they drop bombs. I evolve on them. Turn scars into armor, then stomp on them. Whole sea part when I crawl from it. I don't run from the smoke, I draw from it. Who you call when the sky turn red? Name on the hills, carved in dread. But I learned to love that fear. Every scream I cheer, yeah, I build my bed. So I storm for the kids who would call too much. Too loud, too big, too rough. If they say you a monster, good, go grow that tough. I'm Godzilla in the middle of the city. Better get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Big steps, every little hater looking like a snack. Like a snack. Like a snack. Jaw wide, let it all fry. Turn them into ash. King of the fall line. Every time I snap, that's a new crash. Godzilla when I breathe, that's a siren in the sky. Whole crowd freeze when
It's that blueprint talk. Family first. Nation rise. Yeah. Strong mama in the kitchen, head wrap, stand tall. Stretch a little pot, feed five, that's y'all. Turn the food stamp line to a game plan scribble. Baby, read that sign, sound it out, break the riddle. Early in the morning, she up, eyes red. Packing little lunches, still making up the bed. Do your homework first, then you grab that phone. She the first safe place that the baby's ever known. Bills on the table, stress in the air, but she still find time just to braid up hair. Straight A's on the fridge, that's a crown on display. She say focus now, shine later, that's the way. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet. Strong mama at the desk, late night class notes. Studying for nursing while she zip up coats. Baby at the table doing math, same grind. 2 generations locked on the same climb. She don't let them hide from the books, no slack. Check every answer, then you run it right back. Turn cartoons off, let a doc film play. Know where you from, then you know what to say. She clap for each win, still correcting each flaw. Teach them how to think, how to question every law. She don't raise little followers, she raising up a team. Every focused child start at somebody's nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids hit. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hand. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet. Strong daddy in the driveway, grease on his palms. Teaching little man how to tighten the arms. Hold that light steady, keep your word like that, yeah. Discipline with patience, never swing off cap. He correct, then he hug, that's the real backbone. Show a daughter how a king act, calm tone. Look him in the eyes when you speak, stand firm. Every choice got a cost, every loss gotta learn. He had every game, on the front bleacher. Then at night, open books, he a home teacher. Balanced in the spirit, he ain't ruled by rage. He just set clear lines like bars on a page. Nation building 101. Start at home, strong mothers, focus kids. Mind stay grown, strong fathers, balance hands. Heart stay strong, get the family right. Watch the whole hood come along. Nation building 101. Brick by brick, teach love, teach law, teach mind over quick. We don't beg for a throne, we just claim that seat. One house, one block, one nation on his feet, on his feet, on his feet. Up, on his feet. Up, on his feet. Up, on his feet. Teach law.
Welcome back. I hope everything is well. I'm finna flip to this. I done heard enough about these parasites. We know we need to get rid of them. If you got them, you need to do a parasite cleanse. Even if you don't, you might. Even if you think you don't, you might. I say do an annual parasite cleanse, if you ask me. Some people do them every 6 months or so. If you consume a lot of meat and shit like that, it'd be wise. Let's go with this Pfizer's tick vaccine exposed. Very interesting. Let's see what this is about. Run it. Uh-oh. Y'all, all my internet getting goofy. Buffering, loading, buffering.
Welcome
Buffering.
to Man in America, a voice of reason in a world
Yeah, this guy again. Big Dog Philly was having this problem yesterday. I got some weird shit going on with the internet. It's funny how they always advertise.
That has gone
Got the
completely
greatest
mad.
internet available. Bullshit.
I'm your host, Seth Holhouse, and thank you so much for joining me live tonight. This is Sunday
Look at this shit. Look at
with
this shit.
Seth, and we're going to have some fun tonight. We've got some
They having technical difficulties. Y'all having the truth overload. Y'all can't handle it. A Oracle, a Palantir. Get off my nuts! They gonna shut this motherfucking internet down. Watch. Now I seen these dudes out front today, walking all up and down the street, sticking flags and spraying paint all over where the line locations and shit at. So I don't know what they up to, but they on some bullshit right now. Sticking flags. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, I'll be damned. That was the wildest shit I've seen in quite a minute. Restream. I'm still gonna get this tick information out. I don't know why you hating. Restream said, let me wait till everybody leave and then I'll put you back online. You dirty bastard. Well, yeah, I'm finna finish folding these clothes and wait for this tick-tock, this tick down, this countdown to this tick information. It seems to be so. It seems to be like I'm back online. Restream was like, no, sir, I don't want you to play that. Let me wait till everybody leave, and I'm gonna put you back online. Nah, but I'm back and I'm still finna play it. Yeah, you dirty bitches. That was awfully strange. Very strange. But regardless, T-minus 60 seconds.
Completely mad. I'm your host, Seth Holhouse, and thank you so much.
And hey, yo, Harry and the Hendersons back. Come on with the tick info. that your grandma?
She said, "You want to do dishes?" I said, "Sure." I ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah, for sure. Hey. All right, let's go.
For joining me live tonight. This is Sunday with Seth, and we're gonna have some fun tonight. We've got some nice, fun conspiracies about the government and big pharma. We'll be looking at what's happening with the Iran war, the Strait of Hormuz. What is Trump talking about with the greatest reset, as he recently mentioned?
Oh no!
And we'll be looking at a whole lot more.
Don't start that shit again. Don't. Oh, here we go with this.
I'm looking forward to this. I hope you are too. Just a quick reminder that if you
how come every time I go to play this video, this damn thing get to tripping? What's the problem? What's the problem, Restream? You don't want me to play this video? Let me let it sit for a minute and catch up with itself, I suppose. Is there something in here you don't want me to see? Come on.
If you have any questions or comments, I'll be pulling up the comment sections for Rumble and YouTube throughout the show. And I've got a team that's watching the comments coming in. So if you have questions you want to get to, just drop them into the chat message, put question in there, write your question, or if you have a comment, and I'll be doing my best to get through those throughout the show, because tonight's show is really, it's a more relaxing night. It's about just connecting with you, seeing how you're doing, just having some back and forth, looking at just the insanity of the world and just trying to make some sense of it and come out on the other side with a little bit of happiness. So before we jump in though, just a few quick points. Make sure that you, wherever you're watching at, hit that like button, that subscribe button, especially on Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble right now, just hit that thumbs up button. It really helps the algorithm, helps the show do better on there. On YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're one of like the 5 people that get the notifications, because I'm so shadowed being on YouTube, do the same there. It's much appreciated. Also, every show is done as a podcast as well. So if you want to listen instead of watch, just get your favorite podcast app like Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever it is you're listening, Podbean. Just search for Man in America. Look for my face with the beard on there. Hit that subscribe button. You'll find me on there as well. Then before we jump in, just have a few quick messages from a few show sponsors, which are, I really appreciate these sponsors that will actually put their brand on a show like mine. I'm not part of the controlled network where I get the official things being fed to me. I'm just a guy, an honest man in America, that's trying to figure out what's going on. So any sponsor that is willing to support this show, a big thanks to them, because it's not easy. Honestly, it's not easy. So getting into that, first off, I've got Tax Network USA. So this is actually really important. So look, if you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled tax returns, or if you just filed every year but you still keep owing, or if you retire and you get hit with a big tax bill you didn't expect, if you're a business, you've got messy books that you get to kind of sort through, Tax Network can really help with that. Even if you're pulling your money out of your 401k or IRA and now you owe IRS for that. Doesn't matter how your tax issue started, the outcome's the same. Your balance is not going down, penalties grow, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this tax year. So if you don't have a plan, stop what you're doing and call Tax Network USA. The IRS is not waiting. They're enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. So that's where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case that they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies. They help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes, and unfilled returns once and for all. So whether you owe tens of thousands of dollars or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call them now. So they're offering a free...
I'm scared to fast forward this shit. 'Cause this motherfucker might get to acting crazy again. I will. Hold on.
investigation call with the IRS.
No, I'm just
So
gonna
after
let
that
it
investigation, they put a clear case.
play. I ain't even gonna. Nope. I'm just gonna let it play. I ain't trying to fast forward this shit. Nope. Just gonna act stupid.
Case plan in place to resolve your problem and get you back on track. It's about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Call 866-686-1359. Again, that's 866-686-1359.
Well, centipedes bite Indians. Oh shit.
Or visit tnusa.com/MIA. The phone number and the link are also in the description. Another thing, beyond the tax network is just another financial thing. Just a big shout out to Rumble, right? So Rumble, where I'd probably say 95% of my audience is actually on Rumble. Look, I know they're a public company and there's different kind of varying interests, but I can tell you as a creator on Rumble, I have never ever been censored by them, and they continue to support me and just kind of encourage me as one of their creators, and I just big thanks to them. Now they've also got something really kind of cool happening with crypto, and I'm not a big crypto guy. However, it is a way of moving your money out of a system that can freeze your bank account, block your transactions, or just decide that you're too risky for them to deal with, right? So why would you want to use a wallet that's within that system, right? So that's the contradiction that most people are living in. So Rumble Wallet is built to fix that. So it's a self-custodial wallet. That means there's no bank holding your balance. So not even Rumble can touch your funds, your keys, your money, nothing. And it's not just storage. So Rumble Wallet lives in an ecosystem that's actually committed to free speech and financial freedom, right? As I told you. So you can actually tip creators directly, right? Making one-time chain payments in Bitcoin, Tether Gold, etc. And you can move value in anywhere in the world without asking permission for anyone. So most wallets stop at storage. This one connects your money to a marketplace of ideas. It refuses to be silent. So if sovereignty matters to you, financially, digitally, this is how you can act on it. Go to wallet.rumble.com or search for Rumble Wallet in your app store, download it, back up your recovery phrase, and put your money where it belongs in your own hands. So Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. So see the terms at wallet.rumble.com. And again, that description, or the information for that, is in the show description. Now, again, like I said, I'm not a big crypto guy. However, I trust crypto more than I trust the banking system, right? I look at crypto as just one of the many tools that you have. And I'll be getting into that in tonight's show, looking at kind of breaking down kind of financial freedom outside of the system, because there's some pretty big warnings I want to kind of bring your attention to. So we get into that. Okay, let's get ready to jump in. Okie dokie. So the tick stuff, this is absolutely crazy. Though it seems to make more sense than the things that are more normal, I guess. So they're warning us that it's going to be a really bad tick season. So this is a Time article that just came out. This is on March 30th, and you're seeing this coverage everywhere. They're talking about just how bad the tick season is going to be. Now, thankfully, Time has done their research, and they've identified what is actually causing the tick issue, right? And no, it's not the government lab. It's not they're dropping things from planes or spraying them from the skies or dropping boxes of ticks on farmer fields. No, according to Time magazine, climate change, imagine right there, okay? Climate change is actually causing the tick problem. Who would have known, right? It's all the farting cows and all the fossil fuel usage. It's climate change. It's not the government. It's not some Fort Detrick lab. It's climate change. So just so you know, it's nothing. It's not your fault. Okay. Anyway, this is it's just suspicious, right? Again, when I see these kinds of articles coming out like this, it's going to be a bad tick season. Well, okay, I can tell you just from my own personal experience. So I live in upstate New York. And if you look at what they're saying here, they're saying that climate change is leading to warmer winters. This past winter was one of the warmest on record. Not for me. I live in, not just me, I talked about, I've got family in Ohio still. So between kind of rural New York and rural Ohio, it's been a freezing cold winter. Like this winter has been the most cold and the most snow-covered winter for probably the last decade or so that I can remember. Yet they're telling us it's the warm winters. But thankfully, they've solved it for us. They've let us know that it's climate change that's caused the issue. But gosh, thank Albert Bourla, they've now got a new vaccine coming out to protect us from the ticks that are breeding like crazy because of climate change. I mean, what a great system that we have here, that they tell us about how bad the climate change is. Then they warn us, they're warning us ahead of time. Hey, there's gonna be a lot of ticks, so just look out, be careful out there. But they don't just warn us, they're so kind that they're gonna be developing the vaccines to help save us from the ticks, that climate change is causing this huge increase in population. So this is coincidentally, look at the funny timing of this, right? So this is Monday, March 23rd. This article came out. This is on Pfizer's website, that Pfizer has announced a Lyme disease vaccine candidate that demonstrates strong efficacy in phase 3 Valor trial. Okay, they're basically saying that they're developing this vaccine that's going to help us prevent Lyme disease. Okay, but look at the timing. March 23rd, this comes out. We've got a Time magazine article. Not just Time, this is all over the place. I just picked the Time one because it looked nice on the screen. Okay, March 30th, they've got the warning. It's going to be a bad tick season. Here's how to protect yourself. I wonder if they mention here, you better go line up to get your new Pfizer shot, because that's what you're going to have to do. Anyway, it's just, you can see the same patterns over and over. I'm on YouTube, right? So I can't talk super openly about what I really think is going on, but I think you get the point of what I think is going on here. Now, what's kind of interesting though, is that let's go ahead and dig into ticks and Lyme disease in general, because there's a lot of research I want to kind of bring to your attention here. Before we do that though, let's just take a quick look over at this is the Rumble chat. So here we go. As an example, okay, this is Rumble. Let's see how many we've got. Over 5,000 people watching on Rumble. I don't have my YouTube up, but I think YouTube, last I checked, there was maybe 5 waiting for the show to start. So this is the difference. So right here we've got, hey, big shout out to anyone who's on Rumble. Make it a little bigger for you so you can see what's going on here. Yeah. So again, if you're watching on YouTube, just please go start using Rumble. It's a free speech platform. They let me say whatever I want to. And it's a great thing. So anyway, I just want to make sure you give a shout out to everyone that if you're live in the chat, I'll be pulling this up, all the time. So just, let us know what you think. I'd love to hear your thoughts and your comments. But then getting into this, okay, this is kind of crazy though, right? What we're seeing, here's a post. This is by Noah, who says, they say it wasn't an accident. The ticks didn't just spread. They were released, altered, carried into the wild with intent. Lyme became more than a disaster. It became a boundary. So forests once open turned uncertain, hunting grounds turned hostile, and even the act of stepping outside carried a cost. Okay, so according to those who study the pattern, it served a purpose: limit movement, erode self-sufficiency, replace independence with caution, and then caution with dependence. If you can't trust the land, you return to the systems built to manage you.
Ghetto Child Clinic, what's happening?
Okay, one thing remains undeniable: fear will change behavior, and behavior is where control begins. So this is, I don't have a bunch of videos like this because they're to be honest, it's like nightmare fuel looking at these things. But this is a video the guy has of a dead deer covered in ticks. I'm sorry if you're eating right now. Just close your eyes. But I'm seeing so many videos like this. Just videos of whether it's animals, dogs, people walking in the woods, and they've literally got ticks crawling all over them. It's absolutely insane. But what's crazy about this is if you look at the history of the ticks, which we'll be getting into, there's much more to this story. Now, there's also been a lot of stories going around of farmers that are finding these boxes of ticks. Now, I tried to find the source. I tried to find the TikTok video or whatever video of a farmer holding up a box of ticks. I couldn't find it.
Ooh, that's a lot of crazy shit. Speaking of Rumble, I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the chat. This is my backup because YouTube gonna get me. I know they're gonna get me. But they go to Rumble channel for everybody that's on Rumble. I'd advise you to get on Rumble too. You can pretty much speak your mind over there and ain't got no problems, no censorship.
So if you look online, you'll see there's a lot of people talking about, all the farmers are saying there's boxes of ticks are finding. Is that true? There's a good chance it is, but I couldn't find any of the original source of it. However, I found so many videos of people walking and just showing in like literally thousands and thousands of ticks crawling all over them from just walking through the woods. So whether there's boxes of ticks being dropped, it doesn't really matter that much because the tick population is exploding. It's absolutely exploding. And so I want to get into, though, the reality of what's behind ticks, what's behind Lyme disease, what's behind, I think it was a Rocky Mountain fever. Because if you trace these things back, which I'll be getting into, kind of going back through the history, look at this stuff. This is stuff that came out of a lab, and it's not some quack conspiracy theory. So here I've got just a short, about a minute and a half or so segment I'm going to play. This is an interview from with Tucker. Tucker interviewed a former bioweapons contractor. So just listen to this, okay? So again, this woman was a former bioweapons contractor that worked with the U.S. government and a lot of sources inside the Pentagon, military, etc. So just listen to this, and I'll go and full screen this for you so you can just focus on this. Let's actually, no, I'll leave it as it is. Anyway, watch this. It's about a minute and a half long.
So what is tick weaponization? So in the interviews with Willie, what he said was, I spent over a decade in the biological weapons program, a contractor to Fort Detrick, working on weaponizing fleas, ticks, and mosquitoes, trying to mass produce them, stuffing fleas with the plague, stuffing mosquitoes with deadly Trinidad virus, and then stuffing ticks with either deadly or incapacitating diseases like relapsing fever, Venezuelan equine encephalitis, rabies, leptospirosis, which is another spirochete. So it's just like Dr. Strangelove trying to make new diseases, mixing bacteria and virus in ticks with the intent of, this is the perfect stealth weapon. It's poor man's nuke. You drop these insects on an enemy, it weakens the population, it ties up the medical resources, but doesn't destroy infrastructure like a nuclear bomb would. And in one report from a bean counter in the military, they said, tularemia, which is tick-borne tularemia, also rabbit fever, we can kill 10,000 people at $1.33 a life. So anyways, it was just, there was more to tick-borne diseases than we realized, and I began suspecting that Willie was right, given this context.
I mean, how insane is this, that she's talking to this person, talking about this military conversation, you know, the bean counter, right? You know, some sort of analyst saying that with this particular tick-borne disease, they could easily kill 10,000 people, but the cost would be $1.33 a person. which there's your 33, which you follow the Masonic stuff, but even still, $1.33 per person. But what she's also talking about in this interview is how you can do it to a population without wiping out infrastructure. You can overload the hospital systems with these illnesses. You can do all that, but you don't have to go lay waste to cities, buildings, etc. You're not dropping bombs that are going to cause mass havoc. But they're even calculating it costs $1.33 per person. So this is wild. But actually, so Dr. Robert Malone, he had a Substack article he put out within the past couple of weeks where, I mean, it was a long article where he went through and went into the history of these diseases in the labs. And so I put together a summary of his research. So credit to Dr. Robert Malone for pulling this together. And so I've got a I'm going to kind of run through with you here. And I'll skip over some of it because it's still pretty dense, but I just want to kind of highlight some of these things. And keep in mind, this is based upon declassified information. So this isn't speculation. It's not some anonymous whistleblower. This is actually declassified documents that you can find that outline these exact programs. So let's just kind of walk through. Okay, so Lyme disease appears out of nowhere and spreads faster than anyone could explain. So in 1975, a cluster of children in Old Lyme, Connecticut were diagnosed with a mysterious arthritis. Within years, it had spread across the Northeast. Today, it's the most common vector-borne illness in the U.S., roughly 500,000 new cases annually. The official story is that a naturally occurring tick-borne bacteria that humans simply hadn't encountered before. But the geography was strange, the timing was strange, and the town where it first appeared sits 13 miles from a secret government research island. Okay, so the key facts: Old Lyme, Connecticut, so that's a town that gave the disease its name. It sits directly across the Long Island Sound from what's called Plum Island. So the Long Island Sound region saw 3 separate tick-borne diseases emerge simultaneously in 1968. So this is what's kind of crazy. This region, they saw 3 separate tick-borne diseases emerge simultaneously in 1968. Okay, so babesiosis, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and early Lyme arthritis. So 3 distinct pathogens appearing in the same small region at the same time is a statistical anomaly, right, to say the least. So by the 90s, the eastern end of Long Island had the highest concentration of Lyme disease anywhere in the world. Now, so I live in New York, and I'm probably from Long Island, where I'm at, it's like a 3-hour drive. So I'm in the region roughly where this stuff is spreading. And actually, I know a lot of people that I know have had Lyme disease. Last year, my nanny, she had Lyme disease. She was out for like 2 weeks. My producer and her daughter, they both, and live in the same area, they both had Lyme disease, like really bad. I think even my youngest daughter, Grace, I think she might have gotten Lyme disease recently, which is terrible. Thankfully, I think it was pretty minor, but it's like this, it's a common thing, right? So let's go and take a look at this. So the program, so while the public watched Vietnam, the Pentagon was building something almost as large as the Manhattan Project. So in 1962, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara authorized Project 112, which was a biological weapons testing program involving every branch of the military and the intelligence agencies. So it's 134 scheduled tests, hundreds of undisclosed additional experiments. So testing sites were the U.S., Egypt, Liberia, South Korea, Okinawa, the Arctic. So Fort Detrick, which is the center of this, their production capacity was 100 million infected mosquitoes per month, 50 million fleas per week. This is insane. So here, these are some actual operations they did. So Operation Big Itch, which you can find the documents. So Operation Big Itch was in 1954. So 670,000 tropical rat fleas were deployed from cluster bombs at the Dugway Proving Ground. So, which they proved that arthropods survive aerial delivery and immediately seek hosts. So literally, like, they can explode these cluster bombs, right? Drop these cluster bombs, which are then kind of spitting out hundreds of thousands or even millions of kind of insects, right? Fleas, ticks, mosquitoes that are carrying these pathogens. So Operation Big Buzz, which was in 1955, was over 300,000 yellow fever mosquitoes were aerially deployed over Georgia. And keep in mind, I think it was actually poor black regions of Georgia where they did this. Okay, so the program integrated Nazi bioweapon scientists that were brought over through Operation Paperclip, including Erich Traub, the head of Hitler's biological warfare program under Himmler. So Traub visited Plum Island on at least 3 occasions and was offered the directorship multiple times. So Project 112's existence was denied for 50 years despite involving thousands of personnel and documented tests across multiple continents. So in 1962, the CIA deployed weaponized ticks on civilians. And we actually have a first-hand account of this. So a CIA operative now in the 70s described flying nighttime missions in a C-123 transport aircraft, skimming the surface of the Caribbean to avoid Cuban radar, and dropping infected ticks on sugarcane workers as a part of Operation Mongoose. He called it the strangest thing he ever did. So the Kennedy administration's effort to destabilize Castro's Cuba, that was what was happening at the time. So the operation was canceled only when the shifting winds made the accurate payload delivery difficult. So literally, okay, his CIA commander's instructions were burn all the clothes you took to Cuba, burn everything. Okay, so the declassified documents confirm 32 operational tasks under Operation Mongoose. And the methodology sections remain heavily redacted, but described by officials as so repugnant that they stayed classified decades later. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the scientist who weaponized the ticks became the man credited with discovering Lyme disease. This is kind of strange. So Willy Bergdorfer, obviously an American citizen, right? No, this guy's from Switzerland. And so in 1951, he was recruited specifically to work on tick-borne pathogen weaponization at the Rocky Mountain Laboratory. I wonder why they call it Rocky Mountain Fever when they were doing the pathogen weaponization at Rocky Mountain Laboratory. There's probably no correlation there, okay? So his documented assignments included packaging plague-infected fleas for cluster bomb deployment, determining lethal doses of yellow fever virus and infecting mosquitoes, and experimenting with ways to infect ticks with more than one pathogen simultaneously. He spent most of his career as a weapons researcher before his transition into civilian science. So this guy worked alongside the Operation Paperclip Nazi scientists at Fort Detrick. He also traveled to England and Czechoslovakia to collaborate with Allied bioweapons programs. And in 2007, when documentary filmmakers tried to interview him, a government scientist pounded on the door demanding to sit in, indicating an active official concern about what he might say. Okay, here's another instance. Okay, the tick release. So they released 282,000 radioactive ticks on U.S. soil right along the migration routes that led to Long Island. So between 1966 and 1969, the military released roughly 300,000 Lone Star ticks tagged with carbon-14 radioactive markers across sites in Virginia, specifically placed along the Atlantic Flyway migration corridor running up the eastern seaboard. The isotope allowed researchers to track the ticks using
Oh, that's wild. StreamYard working. See, Restream working perfectly fine. Other than me trying to play this damn video, it's that tab and that video that's having the issues. Enough Africans get over here, you know they're gonna be making tick patties. Yo, that's crazy. What kind of shit is that? Even I stopped sharing that tab, it's still got the little circle loading, buffering. Well, this is wild right here. Or it's either that or it's a gang of people looking at it right now. It ain't Restream this time. It's the actual tab. It's the actual video. Let me see how many views. It won't even let me take it off full screen. Hold on. It say it only got 6,900 views. It was uploaded today. It's only got 6,900 views on this platform. Why is it doing this shit? FACn, it's the tab. Watch, I'll share the tab again. You're gonna see the same. Like it ain't even playing no more. It's gonna do the same shit. Look. See how that shit just circling and just circling. It's the source. It's from where this video is being played. My hair braided up. Oh, word. I mean, but you get symptoms of like, what's the symptoms of Lyme disease? Is that like headaches and fatigue, and they have like flu symptoms and shit like that? Oh, you goofy. Damn, y'all. This is janky. Let me pull up his Rumble account. I'm pretty sure this video's on his Rumble account. I know I follow his ass over here too. I'm about to search Harry and the Hendersons. Roger Dub done fucked me up. Oh, okay, yeah. Man in America. Yo, that might be it, because when I refreshed this screen, it jumped 1,000 views since the last time I read it. It might be getting overloaded. None of you was terrible. You got no chill. All right, let's see if this will work any better. It's 192,000 views on Rumble. That other site it jumped from 69, like 79. So it was like, yeah, that shit jumping like crazy. What the hell is this? Okay.
Using your legal right, actually causing of what's behind ticks, what's behind Lyme disease. This is by Noah, who says, they say it wasn't an accident. The ticks didn't just spread, they were released.
Was trying to mass produce them, stuffing fleas with the plague, stuffing mosquitoes with deadly
this is a good spot. I ain't gotta go.
Trinidad virus, and then stuffing ticks with either deadly or incapacitating diseases like relapsing fever, Venezuelan equine encephalitis, rabies.
Can y'all hear that? Is the volume coming through? Now you got some wild stories. He just videotaped himself singing. What was he singing? I wanna bite you like a centipede. A volume good, I bet.
Leptospirosis, which is another spirochete. So it's just like Dr. Strangelove trying to make new diseases, mixing bacteria and virus in ticks with the intent of, this is the perfect stealth weapon. It's poor man's nuke. You drop these insects on an enemy, it weakens the population, it ties up the medical resources, but doesn't destroy infrastructure like a nuclear bomb would. And in one report from a bean counter in the military, they said tularemia, which is tick-borne tularemia, also rabbit fever, we can kill 10,000 people at $1.33 a life. So anyways, it was just...
Now, if this shit start doing that again, you know what's up.
There was more to tick-borne diseases than we realized, and I began suspecting that Willie was right, given this context.
I mean, how insane is this, that she's talking to this person, talking about this military conversation, the bean counter, right? Some sort of analyst saying that with this particular tick-borne disease, they could easily kill 10,000 people but the cost would be $1.33 a person, which there's your 33, which you follow the Masonic stuff, but even still, $1.33 per person. But what she's also talking about in this interview is how you can do it to a population without wiping out infrastructure. You can overload the hospital systems with these illnesses. You can do all that, but you don't have to go lay waste to cities, buildings, etc. You're not dropping bombs that are going to cause mass havoc. But they're even calculating it costs $1.33 per person. So this is wild. But actually, so Dr. Robert Malone, he had a Substack article he put out within the past couple of weeks where, I mean, it was a long article where he went through and went into the history of these diseases in the labs. And so I put together a summary of his research. So credit to Dr. Robert Malone for pulling this together. And so I've got I'm going to kind of run through with you here. And I'll skip over some of it because it's still pretty dense, but I just want to kind of highlight some of these things that, and keep in mind, this is based upon declassified information. So this isn't speculation. It's not some anonymous whistleblower. This is actually declassified documents that you can find that outline these exact programs. So let's just kind of walk through. Okay, so Lyme disease appears out of nowhere and spreads faster than anyone can explain. So in 1975, a cluster of children in Old Lyme, Connecticut were diagnosed with a mysterious arthritis. Within years, it had spread across the Northeast. Today, it's the most common vector-borne illness in the U.S., roughly 500,000 new cases annually. The official story is that a naturally occurring tick-borne bacteria that humans simply hadn't encountered before. But the geography was strange, the timing was strange, and the town where it first appeared sits 13 miles from a secret government research island. Okay, so the key facts: Old Lyme, Connecticut, so that's a town that gave the disease its name. It sits directly across the Long Island Sound from what's called Plum Island. So the Long Island Sound region saw 3 separate tick-borne diseases emerge simultaneously in 1968. So this is what's kind of crazy. This region, they saw 3 separate tick-borne diseases emerge simultaneously in 1968. Okay, so babesiosis, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and early Lyme arthritis. So 3 distinct pathogens appearing in the same small region at the same time is a statistical anomaly, right, to say the least. So by the 90s, the eastern end of Long Island had the highest concentration of Lyme disease anywhere in the world. Now, so I live in New York, and I'm probably from Long Island, where I'm at, it's like a 3-hour drive. So I'm definitely in the region roughly where this stuff is spreading. And actually, I know a lot of people that I know have had Lyme disease. Last year, my nanny, she had Lyme disease. She was out for like 2 weeks. My producer and her daughter, they both live in the same area. They both had Lyme disease, like really bad. I think even my youngest daughter, Grace, I think she might have gotten Lyme disease recently, which is terrible. Thankfully, I think it was pretty minor, but it's like this, it's a common thing, right? So let's go and take a look at this. So the program, so while the public watched Vietnam, the Pentagon was building something almost as large as the Manhattan Project. So in 1962, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara authorized Project 112, which was a biological weapons testing program involving every branch of the military and the intelligence agencies. So it's 134 scheduled tests, hundreds of undisclosed additional experiments. So testing sites were the U.S., Egypt, Liberia, South Korea, Okinawa, the Arctic. So Fort Detrick, which is the center of this, their production capacity was 100 million infected mosquitoes per month, 50 million fleas per week. This is insane. So here, these are some actual operations they did. So Operation Big Itch, which you can find the documents. So Operation Big Itch was in 1954. So 670,000 tropical rat fleas were deployed from cluster bombs at the Dugway Proving Ground. So, which they proved that arthropods survive aerial delivery and immediately seek hosts. So literally, like, they can explode these cluster bombs, right? Drop these cluster bombs, which are then kind of spitting out hundreds of thousands or even millions of kind of insects, right? Fleas, ticks, mosquitoes that are carrying these pathogens. So Operation Big Buzz, which was in 1955, was over 300,000 yellow fever mosquitoes were aerially deployed over Georgia. And keep in mind, I think it was actually poor black regions of Georgia where they did this. Okay, so the program integrated Nazi bioweapon scientists that were brought over through Operation Paperclip, including Erich Traub, the head of Hitler's biological warfare program under Himmler. So Traub visited Plum Island on at least 3 occasions and was offered the directorship multiple times. So Project 112's existence was denied for 50 years despite involving thousands of personnel and documented tests across multiple continents. So in 1962, the CIA deployed weaponized ticks on civilians. And we actually have a first-hand account of this. So a CIA operative now in his 70s described flying nighttime missions in a C-123 transport aircraft, skimming the surface of the Caribbean to avoid Cuban radar, and dropping infected ticks on sugarcane workers as a part of Operation Mongoose.
Medical freedom starts with access. Most pharmacies decide for you, not with you. All Family Pharmacy gives that.
He called it the strangest thing he ever did. So the Kennedy administration's effort to destabilize Castro's Cuba, that was what was happening at the time. So the operation was canceled only when the shifting winds made the accurate payload delivery difficult. So literally, okay, his CIA commander's instructions were burn all the clothes you took to Cuba, burn everything. Okay, so the declassified documents confirm 32 operational tasks under Operation Mongoose. And the methodology sections remain heavily redacted, but described by officials as so repugnant that they stayed classified decades later. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the scientist who weaponized the ticks, became the man credited with discovering Lyme disease. This is kind of strange. So Willy Bergdorfer, yeah, obviously an American citizen, right? No, this guy's from Switzerland. And so in 1951, he was recruited specifically to work on tick-borne pathogen weaponization at the Rocky Mountain Laboratory. I wonder why they call it Rocky Mountain Fever when they were doing the pathogen weaponization at Rocky Mountain Laboratory. There's probably no correlation there, okay? So his documented assignments included packaging plague-infected fleas for cluster bomb deployment, determining lethal doses of yellow fever virus and infecting mosquitoes, and experimenting with ways to infect ticks with more than one pathogen simultaneously. He spent most of his career as a weapons researcher before his transition into civilian silence. So this guy worked alongside the Operation Paperclip Nazi scientists at Fort Detrick. He also traveled to England and Czechoslovakia to collaborate with Allied bioweapons programs. And in 2007, when documentary filmmakers tried to interview him, a government scientist pounded on the door demanding to sit in, indicating an active official concern about what he might say. Okay, here's another instance. Okay, the tick release. So they released 282,000 radioactive ticks on U.S. soil right along the migration routes that led to Long Island. So between 1966 and 1969, the military released roughly 300,000 Lone Star ticks tagged with carbon-14 radioactive markers across sites in Virginia, specifically placed along the Atlantic Flyway migration corridor running up the eastern seaboard. The isotope allowed researchers to track the ticks using Geiger counters for years afterwards. So a Geiger counter, like I used to actually use these things when I was dealing with vintage watches, because you could actually see if a vintage watch, the old school watches actually had I think it was iridium. I think there's a substance actually they used for the glowing part of the watches, the hands and the numbers and whatnot on the dials. And so you could actually use a Geiger counter to see if they were radioactive, and you could tell if it was the original watch face. So in vintage watches, it's a big deal. So what they did is they literally took all these radioactive ticks. They dropped nearly 300,000 of these ticks full of radioactive stuff so they could monitor them. And it's like, hey, let's just see what happens. Okay. So that's what they say is that within years of the releases, established populations appeared on Long Island for the first time in recorded history. So again, crazy stuff going on. So looking at Plum Island. So this is the kind of the central, this is the kind of headquarters of these operations. So from 1952 to 69, Plum Island was operated by the U.S. Army Chemical Corps for biological warfare research, not agriculture. The facility maintained over 200,000 ticks of varying species, personally collected from locations as far as Cameroon, Africa. So they ran outdoor experiments with live pathogens, and containment by their own admission was not sealed. So deer from Lyme, Connecticut regularly swam to the island. Local birds flew back and forth, but nobody tracked what left. So basically you have this island, Plum Island, where they're releasing hundreds of thousands of these infected ticks, and they're not concealing it. It's almost as if they were trying to release these into the population of the United States. I mean, who would have thought the government was doing this kind of stuff? Okay. So the key facts is that the test animals mingled with wild deer, test birds with wild birds, these are documented in the facility records. So these records confirm that the outdoor experiments with diseased ticks in the 50s concurrent with the documented use of the weaponized organisms in Korea. So the Department of Agriculture denied that Lyme was ever studied there until 93, when Newsday obtained classified documents proving that biological warfare research had occurred at that site. Now again, Nazi scientist Erich Traub visited Plum Island at least 3 times and was repeatedly offered the directorship there. Okay, so buried science. So in the late 70s, while investigating the Connecticut outbreak, Bergdorfer found a second pathogen in blood samples from Long Island and Connecticut patients. He called it the Swiss agent, a Rickettsia variant. So blood from the Lyme patients showed very strong reactions. He documented it in letters to colleagues, then left it entirely out of his landmark 1982 Science paper, the paper that made him famous and established the modern Lyme framework. His own notes indicate that he was told to admit it. The suppressed research sat in boxes in his garage until it was discovered after his death in 2014. So this is a guy that they credited, as far as I understand, they credit this guy with actually discovering Lyme, but this guy was he was the person that was involved with creating this. So it says the emission of the Swiss agent may directly explain why chronic Lyme patients who don't respond to standard antibiotic protocols have never been adequately treated. So treatment for diseases is caused by genetically modified or multi-pathogen organisms and may require fundamentally different protocols than treatment for naturally occurring infections. Okay. So here's the confession that never came. I didn't tell you everything, and then he died. So in 2013, as we mentioned before, filmmakers recorded Bergdorfer on video. He confirmed his bioweapons background. He insinuated there had been an accidental release of some kind, and he stopped short of specifics. And the camera stopped rolling, and he smiled and said, "I didn't tell you everything." They pressed him, but he wouldn't go further. He died in 2014. Among his effects were as a handwritten note reading, "I wondered why somebody didn't do something." Okay, so again, the bigger picture here. The same playbook runs every time, regardless of who's in power or what country it happens in. Researchers compare the institutional response to Lyme's origins against 2 other cases, SARS-CoV-2 in China and the 2024 African swine fever outbreak in Spain, which occurred 150 meters from a research facility and triggered an $8.8 billion economic crisis. All 3 cases across different political systems and different pathogens followed an identical sequence. Okay, here's the playbook. Okay, initial cooperation ends up being systemic obstruction, evidence suppression or restricted access to records, promotion of natural origin, right? Natural origin is a bat market or whatever it is. Okay, they're saying is these natural origin explanations that deflect from their laboratories They attack the credibility of investigators rather than the engagement with the actual evidence. There's self-investigation instead of independent oversight. And the conclusion we have here is that voluntary transparency consistently fails when the institutions face accountability for biological incidents. The system protects itself every single time. Okay. Anyway, and that's just a short hit. I mean, I could do a whole series on this stuff, but it's just like you see, it's the same stuff over and over again. It's the government creating these diseases, creating these pathogens in a lab, and then releasing them on the public. Right? It's not just that the U.S. government is creating these bad diseases so they can go drop them on some terrorists they're probably funding over in the Middle East or wherever it is. These things are being released on the U.S. population.
There's one simple method anyone can do that relieves 90% of back pain in weeks. Once banned back in 1965 by the FDA, this highly controversial back pain remedy has just been rediscovered.
But thankfully, we're so lucky. We're so lucky that Pfizer they're developing a vaccine for this. So, oh my goodness. It's almost like COVID, right? We're so lucky that this disease that came from a wet market in China, and there's this Operation Warp Speed, and they miraculously developed this solution. Okay. Oh, thank you. My goodness. Right. So here in their notes, here are their notes. This is on Pfizer's release on this. The investigational vaccine candidate was well tolerated with no safety concerns identified at time of analysis. It is absolutely safe and effective. Repeat after me. Safe and effective. Safe and effective. It's safe and effective. There we go. Okay, now just a quick thing about ticks, because we deal with this obviously in our area, and our girls come in sometimes with ticks on them, right? We're on 7 acres. We're surrounded by woods, so literally like every my house sits in like there's a driveway cut out. We've got woods in front of us, woods on both sides, and woods behind us. So we've got woods everywhere, and my children, I have 2 girls, they love playing in the woods, and I encourage it because that's how I grew up, playing outside. It's good for them. They climb trees, they climb on rocks, but we have to check them for ticks, and we do everything that we can. So what we do is we spray. So every spring, we spray all the perimeter areas outside of our kind of perimeter forest areas. No chemicals though. We use like a mix of essential oils. There's certain essential oils that are really good for repelling ticks. But the other thing is this: we've got chickens, right? And in our chickens free range, our eggs are beautiful, by the way. I mean, like beautiful, like vibrant orange eggs. Probably because all the ticks that these chickens eat, and so hopefully they digest it, and that doesn't come into the eggs. I don't think it does, right? But anyway, fowl are really, really effective for ticks. And so if you do live in an area where you have exposure to a lot of woods, if you're in a place where you can have chickens, where you can free range them, I highly recommend it. I'm even considering getting some guinea fowl. I was actually talking with my wife about this earlier today. So guinea fowl are different than chickens. They're much more wild. They'll live in the woods. They'll live up in the trees. So I'm going to do some research because guinea fowl are really, really effective at eating ticks. But chickens also, like our chickens, they spend all day just basically going through the woods, through the yard, and they're eating any insects they can find. So they're really effective at getting rid of ticks. So there's just a few things just to note for you. One thing is, don't be sold on the idea of these chemical like tick repellents or whatever. We don't use any of that kind of stuff in our household anyway. So we have all kinds of natural sprays and essential oil sprays for the kids before they go out. Like I said, we spray our yard and everything in the perimeter with essential oils that will also keep those ticks at bay. So there are things you can do about it. There's a lot of kind of natural health. I won't be getting into the details of it today, but there's a lot of different ways that people have actually been able to cure Lyme disease. But if you go to your mainstream doctor, they'll tell you that, sorry, we don't have a cure for this, and here's here's your Pfizer shot. Here you go. Anyway, okay, let's go hop back over into the comments and see what's going on over here. If there's any questions. Okay, so Anelli123, if you eat deer meat, can you get Lyme disease? As far as I know, no. Again, we're eating our chicken eggs nonstop, and I don't think we have any issues with that. So I don't know exactly, but from my understanding, if an animal has those ticks on them and you eat that meat and you cook it, it doesn't pass to you. I haven't heard of anybody that's gotten Lyme disease from eating that. I know that if you have a tick on you, it takes, I think it takes like at least 12 to 18 hours before that tick can actually transmit. So that's one thing. That's why it's really important to check yourself when you come in, right? Even if you come inside and you've got a tick bite, or you have a tick that kind of bit you, if you catch it quickly and you make sure we have these different special little tools, for kind of pulling the ticks out to make sure you get their head out. But if you pull it out quick enough, as far as I know, it's not really too much of an issue. So yeah, that's a big part of it. Let's see. So Fig Newt says, chickens, we have beautiful eggs too. Love our girls. Yeah. Yes. So Fig Newt also says, yes, essential oils. What do you recommend for outdoors? We have a lot of wind here. Let's see. I don't have the exact mix that we use. I buy like a pre-mix thing. I think it's a company called Wonderside that makes sprays and stuff for this. I think there's cedar. I forget exactly which oils there are, but I mean, you can, if you do a little bit of research, I'm sure you can figure it out. But you can definitely, there are actually really healthy ways to help stop this tick issue. Obviously, again, if you can have chickens or guinea fowl, that's great. The other thing too is possums. Possums are they're like tick buffet destroyers, right? So if you have possums, don't kill the possums, just let them be. They're peaceful animals. So if you do have possums on your property, it's actually a good thing. It's like we have bats, right? So we have every night, when it's warmer out there, if you go in my backyard, we'll go with a girl, we'll lay on the trampoline, look up at the sky, and we have bats.
Oh shit, here we go. They doing it to Rumble too? One thing I noticed all these content creators have in common is self-sustaining capability. Like they all self-sustaining. They got their own little farms, water collection, and yeah. Why this motherfucker pausing all of a sudden?
They're always just flying around. So that's also great. Because bats they're not gonna eat ticks, but they'll eat mosquitoes. So as much as, again, this is going back into kind of, leaning into how God designed things, not man. And there are animals that do a really, really good job of helping to keep the population of these insects down. So yeah, I would definitely recommend that. Okay, let me just check my my question list over here and see if there's any questions coming in. Okay. I see one question from
I know one strange thing in my area where it was like for a few seasons, a few summers in a row, we was getting these weird looking ass beetles that I had never seen before. And they were like a black, green, pearlescent, blue damn beetles. It was everywhere. I was like, what the hell is these beetles? I haven't seen them in the last couple summers, but for like 3 summers in a row, I've seen these damn things. But I ain't seen them in like 2 summers now, 2 or 3 summers.
Agran, on Rumble, who says, when are they going to finally stop the chemtrails? In PA every day they're covering the skies. Yeah, that's a question I have too. It's so frustrating.
You can outlaw chemtrail, but they'll just spread in the next state over, and it's still gonna come fall on your ass.
I have to say, because I live pretty close to the border with Pennsylvania. Actually, I was in Pennsylvania half the day yesterday running errands, and I do notice, as crazy it is, that Pennsylvania has more chemtrails than New York, at least in this area that I'm in. But yeah, I mean, I remember when Trump first got in and RFK was a big deal, and he was talking about chemtrails, and you had was it Lee Zeldin coming out talking about chemtrails, and I thought, gosh, okay, it's gonna stop. Thankfully, Trump's he's gonna stop the chemtrails. No, unfortunately, they're not, right? And I see a question actually over on Rumble. Atlas B says,
I don't know why this shit's starting to stop all of a sudden. Who pushing? What the? Oh,
how many
shit.
chemtrail jets have been shot down so far?
Oh, come on. Don't start that shit again.
Or not, right? And I see a question actually over on Rumble. Atlas B Atlas B says, how many chemtrail jets have been shot down so far? None, right? And it's really it's really a kind of a crazy thing to think about. This is just that I was literally having this discussion with my wife Kate earlier today, as we're outside on our back porch looking up and seeing all the chemtrails, and she's just like, why can't there be some sort of like vigilante group that's doing something about this? Now, I'm not going to say anything, too kind of incriminating, because of course I'm not going to wish violence on human beings. However, it's just like it's just insane that these people are just up there.
92% of people who have tingling or numbness in hands or feet are missing the warning signs of decaying nerves. An urgent
Oh, now Rumble. Look, they why y'all hating on this video so much? Hey, leave my live stream alone. Bunch of dirty bastards. Look at this shit. Pause, play, pause, play. Nothing. Nothing. Pause, play.
Too kind of incriminating, because of course I'm not going to wish violence on human beings. However, it's just like,
no, they ain't seem like they want to bother me or nothing. It just was everywhere. I think they was. I think they were. I think I did hear somebody call them Japanese beetles, like an invasive species of beetle or something. I said, who brought these motherfuckers over here? Stop pausing my damn video. Here come the technical difficulties again.
be some sort of like vigilante group that's doing something about this. Now, I'm not going to say anything, kind of people are just up there, just spraying us, right? Just nonstop dumping chemicals on us. And I'm sure they could be dumping ticks, honestly, for all we know. Like they could literally be, and as crazy it is, maybe not the super high altitude, but it's just like, it's just insane. Yeah, it's just absolutely insane that this is going on. Yeah. So, yeah. There's a comment that's kind of funny. This is from on Rumble, said Vacanist Bear, who says, RFK, 2 more years and we'll get the poison out of your food. Now he's pushing laser farming. What a douche canoe. Yeah, I do think there's been quite a bait and switch going on with the Maha movement. It's like, yeah, we thought we're going to get justice for Operation Warp Speed. We're like all kinds of things, ending of the chemtrails, and it's like, oh, well, glyphosate's not that bad. And chemtrails are going to keep going, and Operation Warp Speed was a success. So, yep, I know. It keeps going, right? That's why, honestly, for me, for me, it's just kind of, that's why I'm just preparing and just kind of going into what I can control. Here's a good point, actually. This is from Barad over on Rumble, who says, to get rid of ticks forever in your yard, put about 30 pounds or more of diatomaceous earth, spread it all over your yard and flower beds. You'll never see flea or tick again. Been 13 years for me. That's an interesting point. I'd want to look into. My only concern, though, is if you put that diatomaceous earth all over the place, whether if there's any kind of healthy, beneficial insects it's going to kill as well. That's the only thing I'd be kind of hesitant about with that. Is it going to affect the bees? Is it going to affect some of the other bugs that we actually that are beneficial? But I use diatomaceous earth in a lot of things. It's actually, you can, if you're preserving flour, if you're storing flour for long-term use, you can actually mix some DE into your flour, like small amounts, because we can have it. You can mix it into your smoothie if you want to, because it's actually can help. It can be beneficial for us. So yeah, it's worth looking at. I saw someone also mention that actually, there you go. Funny enough, yeah, your ma'am, sorry, over on Rumble, who says diatomaceous earth
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this shit. I'm gonna have to pick this shit up later because I need to decompress from all this shit. And they hate. They don't want this motherfucker being viewed like that. For some reason. I mean, I know the reason. Let's see. 193,000. It was at 190. What did 192,000 when I started watching this? This motherfucker do not want to play. It must be some real good shit on the rest of this video. This is crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back to this because I can't keep dealing with this pausing and internet debacle, this fuckery. That's what I'm gonna call it. It was just fine a minute ago. I even switched platforms to play the video. And once you get to a certain time frame, and let's say 30 minutes into this shit, and then boom, here we go again, pausing and glitching, and let me hit play again.
Is an effective arthropod killer, safe to use, can be mixed with grain long term for food preservation and storage. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
It's gonna pause again.
Okay.
I know it.
So continuing, I want to just touch on the war just kind of briefly, and then I want to talk about the kind of great reset, or Trump's greatest reset. So let's go ahead and take a look at those things real quick now. So just okay, here we go. Just as an update, I'm not going to be digging into this very much when you're looking at the kind of the bigger thing behind this, but just looking at, like, so there are pretty significant kind of turn of events happening tomorrow. I think 10 a.m. tomorrow it's starting. So that Trump just announced that the U.S. itself will now begin blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So this is from the Kobesi letter on X, on Twitter. Says that effective immediately, the new U.S. Navy has begun the process of blockading the Strait of.
That don't make sense. Didn't Iran already block that motherfucker? How you gonna block something that's already blocked? That don't even make sense.
Hormuz. So in other words, the U.S. and Iran will now be competing on blocking this crucial waterway. It appears that Trump's long-term plan is to blockade the Hormuz, gain control, and then begin letting traffic flow freely. However, if this is possible to fully obtain, it will be a long process that would further restrict the flow of traffic for at least another 2 months, according to their analysts. As diplomacy appears to have failed, the U.S.'s top priority in the Iran war now appears to be reopening the Strait of Hormuz. We expect a volatile week ahead. Yeah, this is true, right? This is true. Actually, I found a really good video. This is satire, okay? So this is meant to be a joke, but it's good jokes are rooted in reality. So I'm gonna play this. This is a minute long. Just this guy does a really good job of, I think, of just kind of summarizing the absolute insanity of what's happening with this war and just how bad it looks. And so watch this. This is a minute 14 seconds long. This is good for a laugh.
All right, I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble with this. Let's try it again from the top. This is a victory for the U.S. because our goal from day one was for Iran to open the strait that didn't close till after we attacked, which was completely controlled by their military we had total dominance over. And it was a waterway that we could have taken over, but instead asked for help that we didn't need, but we'll remember that our allies did not give us, all because of the negotiating power of a FIFA Peace Prize recipient's threat to annihilate a civilization in order to liberate them from a regime that changed, which was not our goal, but we will take credit for, from an old man who hates us to his younger son who hates us for those reasons, and that we killed his father. And while it is not clear the status of Iran's nuclear capabilities that we obliterated last year, but we're going to be a problem in 2 weeks, one thing is for sure. They now have more money and control of the strait than they had when they made the old deal that we ended because it was terrible. Now, I think that is enough about authoritarian propagandistic regimes. Does anybody have any questions about the Trump Library golden statue?
You gotta laugh at some of this stuff. I mean, honestly, it just seems kind of crazy, right? It's like, okay, the strait was open and operating properly. We attacked them. They closed the strait. Then we allow them to kind of open up. They're going to charge money. They're going to make billions on, kind of making money through that. They closed it because we attacked them. And then now we're going to go back in because they were going to open it, but then we couldn't. It's like we had a ceasefire. I'm seeing a kind of pattern here. Like Trump establishes some sort of ceasefire, some sort of end, and then Israel goes and bombs another country, which then angers Iran, and they're like, okay, screw you, because Trump, if you're negotiating for a ceasefire, then Israel is not respecting it, and they keep bombing us, and we're going to keep closing the strait, and now we're going to be going in there, and we're going to be forcefully keeping the strait open. It just seems kind of like a crazy situation, I guess. It's almost as if this stuff was being orchestrated from a higher level to create some sort of energy restrictions globally to push us towards some sort of future where we're being monitored for carbon credits and energy becomes scarce, so you can't drive. There was actually legislation that's kind of being kind of moved through the system in certain states in America to limit how much you can drive. I'm not kidding. So yeah, it just seems like the whole thing is just kind of spiraling out of control, honestly. It just makes me want to become even more insular. I've become even more serious about preparedness. Like, honestly, it's just like the whole thing's just kind of going to heck. But then what's crazy amidst all this is that in the past couple of days, Trump puts this out, saying this single kind of truth he put out, saying world's most powerful reset. Now, it could mean a lot of things. It could mean that with maybe the U.S. taking control of the Strait of Hormuz, that there's a reset in the balance of power. But when you see that word reset and all the things that we know about the Great Reset and Klaus Schwab's book about this, it just makes me think, okay,
this is probably going to go viral, so if you're broke, you need to stick around. If you've been searching for a side hustle that actually pays, what's
really going on here? Now, there's a lot of speculation of some sort of financial reset happening and moving in some sort of CBDC. Here's a video. This is back from 2025, where Trump is describing the current financial system. So when we've looked at the word reset is very commonly tied in and associated to the financial system reset, right? Moving past this fiat currency as the dollar and de-dollarization campaign kind of moves forward. And again, if you look at where that really kicked off immensely was when Biden penalized Russia for the attack on Ukraine by kicking Russia out of the global banking system, the SWIFT system. So what you see is that you have these kind of wars that happen, but what happens is that as these wars are happening, that the global order that was established post-World War II starts to break down more and more. And so a lot of it is leading towards some sort of bigger reset because this old system is obviously beginning to fail. Okay, so here's a 30-second video from Trump talking about this in 2025, which might help explain his post he just put out about the greatest reset. So listen to this.
Many Americans are unaware that behind the scenes, the technical backbone of the financial system is decades out of date, many, many years out of date. You know that. Paul and others are straightening it out, but payments and money transfers are costly and take days or even weeks to clear. Under this bill, the entire ancient system will be eligible for a 21st century upgrade using the state-of-the-art crypto technology. Who would have thought we would have been saying that 2 years after many Americans?
So again, that's him last year talking about how this system is out of date. It needs to be kind of reset to a digital system. I mean, that's basically what he's saying there. Okay, the old system is out of date. It's not good. Let's bring in a reset for a digital system. Okay, this is nightmare fuel if you understand the role of digital tokenization of assets, digital currency, social credit scores. If you look at the fact that Palantir is essentially the operating system for our entire government now, it's kind of a pretty bad combination. But continuing though, this is recent. So Jamie Dimon has just gone on, national TV, and he said that, quote, crypto is better than the current financial system. The experiment phase is over. So watch this. This is a, let's see, it's about a 12-second video. Let's take a look at this real quick. Jamie Dimon, the guy who runs JP Morgan Chase.
Blockchain is real. It's been around for quite a while, but now it's becoming more effective, more efficient, because people are finding ways to do it faster and cheaper, permissioned or not permissioned. Smart contracts, I think, will probably be real. Blockchain is real. It's been around.
Just a small quote, but again, from that overall interview, right? He says we need to use technology to improve tokenization and blockchain. Okay, you've also then got, this is Ray Dalio. If you follow Ray Dalio, he's written some good books on this. Great guy understanding cycles. So he was recently on Tucker Carlson, and he basically said this is a 2-minute. I'm not gonna play the clip because we're just takes time. Basically, what he said here in talking about central bank digital currencies, they're coming. He says there will be no privacy. All transactions will be known, and if you're politically disavowed, you could be shut off. Right? We've already seen this. We've seen the debanking issues. We saw people like Dr. Mercola having all of his bank accounts shut down. So it's not just like it's some idea. It's already happening. Now, these are the current banking systems, but when we move to, as they're talking about, if we're moving to some sort of blockchain-based digital currency, whether they're calling it a central bank digital currency or not, it is the same thing. It's in essence a digital currency that can be centrally controlled. So this is a real problem. This is an absolutely real issue. And simultaneously, okay, this is a recent interview with Sam Altman, right, who is the guy behind OpenAI, so ChatGPT. It's also strange if you look at the people's names, right? So we have Sam Altman. Like, what does that mean? Sam Altman, like alternative man? Like, it's just kind of strange. Anyway, just watch this. This is a 38 second little clip here I'll play for you.
There could well be a world-shaking cyber attack this year that would get people's attention. It sounds like you agree with that.
I think that's totally possible. Yes, I think to avoid that, it will require a tremendous amount of work, also in a sort of resilient style approach. Again, it's not just like make one AI model safe. It is defenders. We have this thing called the Trusted Access Program. Other companies have other things, but cybersecurity companies, the major platforms, the governments, using this technology to try to rapidly secure their systems, the open source stack, all of that. That's quite important now.
There could well be a world-shaking.
So here again, Sam Altman, who again on day 2 was up on stage with Trump of his presidency, talking about Project Stargate, building massive data infrastructure. It was him, Larry Ellison with Oracle, and a couple other people. So this guy's, highly involved in what is happening. And here he's warning about this world-shaking cyber attack this year. So again, if they want to bring about some sort of quote unquote, as Trump says, greatest reset, an AI-driven global cyber attack, it's a world-shaking cyber attack, especially if it hits the financial system, could be the absolute perfect foundation for saying, okay, the current system is done. We got to move to some sort of AI-driven digital tokenization. All the things that I've been kind of shouting from the rooftops about, these things we're seeing happening, right? You're seeing this stuff being played out. So when's it going to happen? I hope it doesn't, but it just, what you're seeing is all the signs are showing that they're pointing us towards some sort of massive change in our financial system, where they're going to bring in some sort of probably AI-driven digital currency. And now they've got AI, they can tie the AI. They're monitoring everything about us. And so now they can bring in AI, and they can then, you have the energy crisis, like between the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, and now oil prices are going back up. Maybe it was going to go to $150, $200, $200 a barrel. It's just like, it's the perfect storm of basically kind of herding all the cattle or all the sheep into some sort of digital control system, right? That's just, unfortunately, that's what I see playing out here. Let's go back over to the comments and see. I see that I see someone Loris Alt Banana on Rumble says Bitcoin question mark. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm not a Bitcoin person. I'm not a crypto person. Again, as I mentioned earlier, talking about Rumble Wallet, I think it does have its place in a very limited amount. I think I own maybe $1,000 worth of Bitcoin that I bought a long time ago. It's sitting in a wallet somewhere. But yeah, I don't trust this stuff. Like, honestly, I don't trust it at all. I don't trust privacy of crypto. I don't think that Bitcoin is private. There's been a lot of indications that it's not. I think that our own government and the Israeli government had a hand in developing Bitcoin. So again, I think, to be honest, I think that Bitcoin has been part of a global psyop to get people to adopt cryptocurrency, because if they wanted to roll out a central bank digital currency and they're moving from just fiat and say precious metals into crypto, that would be a really difficult transition. So if they can get a lot of people, especially the freedom-minded people, the people that used to be, ones that are, stacking silver and gold, if they can get them, those kinds of people, to be like these first adopters, you get this huge movement of financial freedom by moving into cryptocurrency.
Delta, that's 3.
It seems like it's a perfect setup. So, okay, let's go ahead and get to some more of the kind of questions and Q&A type stuff.
Moved on to some Trump wars shit, and what else he say? The greatest reset? Or some shit like that?
So I see, so actually
those duels were dropped.
Sue Smith over on Rumble is saying, what are the symptoms of Lyme disease? So I think there's a lot of things. It's kind of a weird disease, and I'm not an expert on it, but I've researched it quite a bit, especially looking, at my children, they're going to be affected by it. Fever, sore joints is one thing, very lethargic, low energy. Arthritis, I think, is very common. Like, it's, sore knees and sore joints is a big part of it. But there's a lot more to that. It's actually, it seems like it's a very complicated, disease, or whatever you want to call it. So, a Red Pill Lion there says Bitcoin was a creation of DARPA. It was going to be fraudulent as the Iraqi dinar and Zim bonds. Yeah. Here you go. Said Vactus Bear says Bitcoin is not private. The on and off and on ramps are full disclosure. Tall Mommy, your Bitcoin is probably worth a lot more now. No, it's only worth that much. As at current rates, maybe it's like $2,000 worth of Bitcoin. I think I had at one point, I think I had bought around $5,000 in Bitcoin when it was around $15,000. Just as a curiosity, this is probably 8 years ago. I forget when. Anyway, I sold most of it because I was like, screw this. I learned more about it. And I'm like, I don't even want to be involved in this. So I guess I could have sold it, but anyway, who knows? But there actually, this leads into a perfect conversation, for perfect question, because there was, let's see, there was a question. Let's see. Let me find it real quick. That I had saved, I wanted to get to, and it was someone on Telegram. Yeah, okay, so Glinda from Telegram had asked, Seth, would you please explain in detail the change or coins we need for bartering? The small stuff. Are they only made of silver? I always listen intently, but not understanding what I should acquire. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look at this real quick. So I brought a little kind of show and tell today. So Glenda's asking, basically understanding coins for bartering, the small stuff. And so I brought I love show and tell. I was a kid in school. If it was show and tell, I'd bring in like a deer antler I found in the woods. Right? I always loved doing show and tell. So I brought some things to show you. So if you're looking at barter systems, and there's a lot of people that say, hey, why bother, it's kind of buying gold and silver. It's going to be useless in some collapse scenarios. Okay. If there's say like there's an EMP and the entire grid goes down, yes, maybe initially silver, gold will be worthless and people will be looking for bullets. I mean, medicine, some of the core survival things. But once you have a little bit of kind of structure emerging again, then you'll start to see silver and gold playing a very strong place in any kind of barter system. Now that's looking like complete collapse scenario. But let's just say, what happens if the financial system has a reset, right? What happens if your bank account, you go to log into your Chase account or whatever it is, and you get a notification that says, hey, due to a massive cyber attack, the system is now down. And then a couple of days later, it comes back and they say, okay, we're switching, and all of your dollar bills in the banking system have now been kind of changed over to some sort of digital token, right? There's a very real possibility that this is how it would play out. Now, I'm someone that would probably be penalized, right? If they're doing some sort of social credit score. I'm going to be very low on there. It's like, okay, my credit score is not bad. It's like, low 700s, but my social credit score would probably be like 30, right? Out of 900, whatever the amount would be. And so I've taken this really seriously. Like I don't save money in the bank. I save money by stacking silver usually. And so if you're looking as for Glinda's question, looking, okay, silver as a barter tool, I absolutely think that, to be honest, silver and gold are already great barter tools. Okay, as an example, right? So I'm working with an attorney on some, I'm not going to go into any details on it publicly, but I'm working with a really good attorney on some stuff related to, how do I put it? Understanding your role with the U.S. government and taxation, and how we're kind of essentially owned by the British Crown still and the USA Corporation. I'm not going to go into details. However, in my kind of retainer agreement, like this attorney, as a patriot attorney, literally says that like this retainer can be paid in gold, right? So it's like, okay, it's this many ounces or whatever the equivalent is. So like that's amazing. Okay, and you're going to find there's a lot of people that will actually already will be taking silver and gold, right? As an example, right? So one of my favorite companies, let me pull this up real quick. So Heaven's Harvest, which is what a lot of my storable food is Heaven's Harvest. Okay. Amazing company. If you're prepping, really, whether it's you're buying seeds, water storage, food, etc. Heaven's Harvest is amazing. You get a great discount. Use promo code Seth. But here's what's awesome. Okay. Look up here on their website. We accept gold and silver. Okay. So this is amazing because these are the kinds of companies, the ones that are already saying, hey, look, we will accept gold and silver. So this is Heaven's Harvest. If they're already saying that, if there is any kind of central bank digital currency or whatever, you better believe these kinds of companies are still going to be honoring this. Actually, they're going to be doing it even more so. And so like start looking. So this is why I'm all about shopping local, buying local, building local relationships. Because I guarantee, like a lot of times your local farmer at the farm market, just ask them, right? Just say, hey, there's a guy when I was back in Ohio named Al, who, he runs a great pig farm. And I talked to him about this. Actually, we were talking about, Creature from Jekyll Island, etc. So these people, if you ask them and say, hey, Al, if things go kind of sideways, can I buy food with gold and silver? Most people that are aligned with your values will say, absolutely, I will take gold and silver, right? So now to Glenda's question, so again, show and tell. Okay, so part of what I try to buy is this, called junk silver, right? So, back in the 60s, there's certain years, I'm not going to get into the details of it, but I think it's like pre-72, again, I forget the top of my head. Anyway, So these are all 90% silver, right? So this right here, these are half dollars, silver dollars. So these are literally US minted coins, right? Let me get the zoom in for you so you can see it, right? So these are literally 90% silver. They call it junk silver or constitutional silver. Now you can buy these from a variety of places. I've got my own kind of networks I buy these from. There's people I know that deal in this kind of stuff. But like this is great because let's just say that, okay, so in my part of show and tell. Okay, so this is an ounce of gold right here, roughly. This is a kind of cool one. This is an 1873 $20 gold coin. Now, this just so happens to be, it's called slabbed. It's in a case. I have this. I used to have a business, years back, where I would just buy this. So I bought this from somebody in my office, right? So I didn't, I never pay a premium for this kind of stuff. Like this is a kind of a fancier coin. I bought it based upon the gold. Okay, so this now is close to.
Here's how to legally steal gasoline from gas stations. This programmer got fired from his job at a German car manufacturer after exposing a software bug in the fuel management system of all cars built after 1996. Christian worked in the ecology department where his job was to make cars more environmentally friendly. But while working on ways to improve gas mileage, he discovered most cars were configured in a way that causes the engine to consume more fuel than it really needs. When Christian shared his findings with his manager, he was expecting a big
$5,000 for just this gold coin. Now, you can't go to the farm market and buy beef with a gold coin. Now, if you want to buy a vehicle, like say you want to, buy a tractor or you want to buy a piece of land, that's where gold coins are very useful. So in bartering. However, honestly, like you can get I've got bags of these. This is a little dime. So this is a little 90% silver dime. All right, this one is 19, what year is this? It's very, very small. This is 1967, I think, 1947. Okay, so the good thing about what they call junk silver or constitutional coins, constitutional money like this, is that these are government minted. So this little dime right here, you can weigh it, it's 90% silver. And so this is a really great fractional amount of silver. Right, so this, which I always leave on my desk, this is a 10-ounce bar of silver. Now, again, maybe this is gonna be good if I want to say trade this for, a quarter cow with a farmer. Then you have this larger denomination like this that can be helpful. However, for day to day, I recommend kind of stacking in all areas. It's good to have some larger amounts like this. So you can just kind of buy them, and it's a good way of just storing your bullion. But the reason why I have bags like these of just 90% silver is because this right here is your farm market bartering. This is the kind of stuff that you'll use if you say we have a CBDC and you're not going to play that game, and say they're going to require you to have a Lyme disease vaccine from Pfizer so you can actually go to Whole Foods. This stuff is coming, right? This is absolutely part of the program. Go look at Communist China. It's already live and active over there. So I will just refuse to go to Whole Foods. It's like when they're saying, hey, you got to wear your mask. I refuse to wear a mask. I'd walk into Whole Foods during the pandemic and they would say, I'd be the only person in the entire store with no mask on. And they would say, a manager would usually walk up and he would say, sir, we have a mask policy. You need to have a mask on. I'd look at him, I'd go, nope. And I'd smile, keep on walking. And they wouldn't know what to do about it. Like they kind of like it broke something in them. I was like, I'm not going to be controlled. I'm not going to wear one of these silly things on my face, like a dirty sock wrapped around my head. And so I wouldn't do it. So if they roll something out where they get to scan your kind of digital passport to get in, to get into a store, I'm just giving that store the big middle finger and saying, I will not participate. And so that's why for me, instead of having my money sitting in a savings account somewhere that could any day be kind of turned into digital tokens, I could lose access to it. This is my savings account, right? This, okay? And this, okay? So the other thing cool is that you can also get like, so silver. So this is a 50-ounce bar right here. Okay, so now obviously you can't go to the farm market and carry this thing around and trade for something. But again, say you need to buy fuel, you need to buy say you want to buy a cow because you want to raise the cow on your own property, right? That's where you get these larger chunks of metal or good. This is a cool kind of rough poured old kilo bar. Like look how cool that is. It's like it's got like a patina on it, right? This beautiful old silver bar. This is a 1 kilo bar. So these are great things for saving. And to me, this is off-grid money, right? This is my protection from, I mean, look, if someone was like trying to attack me, if I threw this, you're talking David and Goliath here. I could take down a pretty big guy if I hit right with this thing. Of course, I wouldn't do that because I might waste it. But to me, this is off-grid money. Now, if you are looking also at bartering, so say, we talked about gold. Obviously, a 1 ounce coin of gold, this is a lot of money. Now, in a scenario where the banking system has changed and things are kind of going crazy and you're moving more towards this, you'll see that you can't measure the value of this in dollars. So this is something that actually a lot of people, it's not easy to understand this, but like when I say this is worth $5,000, it's kind of like I'm saying, well, it's worth the equivalent of $5,000 in an overinflated fiat currency. Like, what's the real value of this? Because it's not measured in dollars.
I'm about done with his ass anyway. We're talking all this other shit about. Let me see if what else he got on here. If he. Oh, you ain't gonna show me? What the fuck?
Dollars. Like the measuring stick is broken. So to see collapse where we're gonna have lighting incense or my fireplace or whatever, but the commodity, it's very easy to trade based upon its current value. But if you're really to be more prepared, having bullets, like honestly, like, how much is silver gonna be worth per ounce? Okay, well right now it's 5
munitions. You retarded.
A month ago, have a map where you can click on the country and see how many members are in that country, and you can connect with those members. And so the whole idea, though, is it's a private platform. We've even set up end-to-end encryption for your direct messaging. So as much as WhatsApp, Signal, even X, they're saying it's private. I don't trust that. So we're literally having a private platform where you have private end-to-end encryption. We're going to have to keep all that stuff out there, but it's also like so last week I had on Kathy O'Brien as my Survivor Series, 770,000 views on Rumble. Right? That's amazing. That is so good. It's so good, right? Because this is in these series, it's heavy, but it's getting into MK Ultra.
What? Oh, I'm going to get to that later. I'm going to get off here for now. I need to go put some food in my stomach. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Sure is.
Yeah. Listen up. You have to pick a side. Yeah. 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 They profit when we're boxed in, color coded.
Man, we just changed the color of my screen. What's going on with this damn thing?
Your neighbor for a headline. Why they signing off the city for a deadline? Yeah. Same rent late, same fridge bare. Same bus route, same blank stare. Why you beefing with the mirror, letting them demons in? Same wound, same blade, different spin. Unified die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unify, die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one, unify or die. They sell fear like it's candy in a glass jar. feeding panic to the masses, playing a black card. Left, right, that's a puppet in a split suit. Real power sitting quiet in a rich room. You throw hands at your brother in the same trench, same cough in your chest, the same bench. If the landlord love you both in the same way, you ain't rivals, you just victims on a layaway. Unify or die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unify or die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one, yeah, unify or die. Hands up, not for trends, for each other. Name one win, they ain't split us to cover. We all broke, they just changed the shade. Same storm, different rain on our face. I'm from a place where they rather see us vilify. Scrolling through the pain, pick a side, then we signify. Algorithm war, every comment like a battle cry. Either we expand the circle, or we simplify. Feet keep telling me I'm right, that's a lullaby. Rockets saw to sleep, while the roof sitting over fire. Leaders talk tough, but they courage only monetized. I'm just trying to build a bridge higher than the border signs. Kids growing up, thinking empathy is obsolete. Hearts on red receipts, love lost in the data sheet. History repeats when we treat truth like a product line. Either share the water or we watch the whole garden die. So I look my people in the face when the sirens cry. Pull each other up even when we don't see eye to eye. Hands in the middle, swear we live in what we testify. Say we rise together, this the code, unify or die. Unify or die, that's the bottom line. Either hold the line together or they cut the spine. You can fight me or you can fight the lie. Choose one, unify or die. Unify or die, hear the battle cry. Either build a bridge or we all run dry. You can hate your blood or you can hate the bind. Choose one, unify or die.
Yeah, I'll catch up with y'all later. I'm definitely coming back later. I'm gonna find some good. We might dig into this Operation Artichoke. Some more on this. Yeah, I think Operation Artichoke, and dig into them CIA declassified documents on the parasite cleanse cure for cancer and shit like that. But I'm out. I gotta put something in my stomach. Finish off these clothes. I need to order these parts for my truck. Yep. Oh, and I need to file these taxes. Yeah, I'm out. Peace.